Chapter 3948. Daoist Master, please. Ingpo raised his hand and invited Xiaohua forward. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't be so polite with me. You lead the way." "Yes." Ingpo smiled faintly and led Xiaohua into the auction field. They arrived at a rather large hall. This hall was similar to what the human race would normally see, but it was filled with large pieces of gravel. Ingpo said to the demon on the side of the hall, "Go and invite the 9 elders here. Tell them that Daoist Master Xiao is here." Daoist Master Xiao. The demon was startled. He looked at Xiaohua with a different gaze and hurriedly left. 9 elders. Xiaohua stepped into the hall and said with a smile, "Are they the elders of your clan?" Ingpo nodded and said, "Yes." Then, Ingpo took out a jade chair from the heaven and earth ring and placed it on the side of the stone. He raised his hand and said, "Daoist Master, please sit." "Okay." Xiaohua knew that this was the place where the human race's honored guest sat, so he sat down without hesitation. He then looked at Ingpo sitting on the main seat next to him. Xiaohua suddenly woke up and cupped his hands. "Oh, congratulations, Daoist Master. You are now the head of a clan." "Daoist Master Xiao, you must be joking." Ingpo smiled. "My clan is a small clan in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Being the head of a clan is nothing. Moreover, my position as the head of a clan is related to Daoist Master Xiao." "Oh. Could it be?" Xiaohua already understood. Ingpo explained, "Daoist Master Xiao is right. It is because I made a few transactions with Daoist Master and Black Wind Mountain Range. My clan's head just happened to be in trouble, so I stood out." Daoist Master Xiao is prepared and has the ability to seize opportunities," Xiaohua said with a smile. "This has nothing to do with me." Ingpo smiled and took out some rare fruits from the heaven and earth ring for Xiaohua to taste. After a while, he probed, "Daoist Master Xiao, after making a few transactions with Black Wind Mountain Range, when I was preparing to go there, I received the news that Black Wind Mountain Range was being attacked by Immortal Palace. I also heard Daoist Master Xiao's fame of defeating Immortal Palace. I am very worried for Daoist Master Xiao. I even secretly went to see Black Wind Mountain Range. That place is completely different from before. But I really didn't expect that Daoist Master Xiao would suddenly come to Yulingbei today." "It's nothing," Xiaohua said with a smile. "I had an appointment with a fellow Daoist, so I came here, but I didn't run into him. Therefore, this Xiao is preparing to return." Xiaohua roughly explained everything that he could say. In the end, he smiled and said, "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, how could I have thought that the Luo Yi Merchant Union was actually fellow immortals? It seems like fellow immortal is fated to follow me. Otherwise, why would you still come to my Luo Merchant Alliance after several rejections?" Ingpo laughed and said, "If fellow immortal wants any Bei Wan, elixirs, or pill formulas, I can ask my clansmen to find them." When he heard up to here, Xiaohua had an idea in his heart, and he probed. "Fellow immortal, I'll ask you something." "Please go ahead, fellow immortal." Ingpo replied with a smile. "Earlier, you said that you obtained information about the Black Wind Mountain Range." Xiaohua said in a low voice, "So, your Luo Merchant Union has a certain source of information in the hidden immortal continent?" "Of course." Ingpo nodded. "For Zhai Xing Lu, Li Lai Trading Company, and my Luo Yi Merchant Union, information is sometimes like sea crystals. Only by having a source of information all over the hidden immortal continent can we find business opportunities. However, my Luo Yi Merchant Union has only been established for a short period of time, and we haven't done enough in this aspect. A lot of information is bought with vitality stones. So it's like this. Xiaohua pinched his chin, and his mind spun rapidly. Then, he said something shocking. Fellow Immortal, if this Xiao manages this Luo-E merchant union with you, will your Luo-E merchant union be able to develop very quickly? Ah. What did Fellow Immortal say? Ingpo was shocked, and he didn't know how to answer. After a moment, Ingpo said with a bitter smile, Fellow Immortal Xiao, this Xiao knows that your cultivation is profound, and there are also a lot of vitality stones in your Qianquan bag. However, not to mention that for my Luo-E merchant union to develop, the amount of vitality stones that Fellow Immortal thinks is far beyond what Fellow Immortal thinks. This Xiao doesn't think that Fellow Immortal can take it out. If Fellow Immortal wants to cooperate with my Luo-E merchant union with just these vitality stones, I'm afraid it's impossible. Of course. Xiaohua said with a smile. This Luo-E merchant union belongs to Fellow Immortal and your clansmen. This Xiao definitely doesn't have any covetous thoughts. This Xiao just wants to cooperate with Fellow Immortal and be able to obtain information about the hidden immortal continent from your Luo-E merchant union. And even information about the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and the Western Paradise. Fellow Immortal. You think too highly of this Xiao. Ingpo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How far does my Luo-E merchant union have to develop to be able to provide so much information for Fellow Immortal Xiao? Why not? Xiaohua said with a smile. As long as the Luo-E merchant union cooperates with this Xiao will let you broaden your horizons. How is that possible? If Xiaohua wasn't Ingpo's benefactor, Ingpo would have already driven him away. How could a Daoist cultivator know the twists and turns of running a merchant union? Even if he could defeat perfected Lord Qingyuan. However, before Ingpo could say anything else, 9 demon clan members who looked similar to Ingpo came in from the outside. Ingpo stood up and introduced with a smile, Elders, this is the Daoist Master Xiao that I mentioned to the elders earlier. If it wasn't for his help, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy for us to establish the merchant union. Since Daoist Master Xiao has come to visit, I invite the elders to come and meet him. The 9 elders were different from Ingpo. Some of them looked enthusiastic, while some looked cold. However, Xiaohua didn't care. One by one, he returned the greeting. His etiquette was very considerate. However, seeing that the 9 elders of the Ingpo clan were all in Yuling Bay, Xiaohua was a little surprised. Elders, please take a seat. Ingpo sat down first and said to the 9 elders. The 9 elders sat on different pieces of gravel. Rather than saying that they were sitting, it was better to say that they were lying down. They looked very comfortable. Ingpo looked at Xiaohua, thought for a moment, and said, Elders, Daoist Master Xiao has done a favor for our clan. He came to find me today because he has something important to discuss with me. Since all the elders are here, I would like to hear your opinions. With that, Ingpo told them that Xiaohua wanted to cooperate with the merchant union and obtained information from the merchant union. An elder waited for Ingpo to finish speaking, then waved his hand and said, although Daoist Master Xiao has done a favor for our clan, this merchant union belongs to our clan. When we established it, we didn't plan to cooperate with anyone. Besides, our clan no longer has a place to stand in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. This merchant union is our clan's last hope. The human clan has a saying, how can we allow others to sleep beside our bed? I don't think it's appropriate. That's right. If Daoist Master Xiao wants information, he can exchange it with primordial stones. Why do we have to cooperate? Humans are humans. It's hard to get rid of their greedy hearts. Originally, they wanted to make a deal with our clan, but now that they see our merchant union prospering, they want to interfere. In the end, they want to swallow the entire merchant union for themselves. This kind of thing I've seen many times. Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. After all, what the elder said was true. Everyone had their own thoughts, not to mention the difference between the human race and the Yao race. It was normal for these Yao race that he had never met before to doubt him. Hee. Ingpit smiled and said to Xiaohua, fellow Daoist, as you can see, although I'm the clan leader, many things need to be unanimously decided by the elders. I've already told you about this situation before. Xiaohua stood up, raised his hand, and took out a universe bracelet. He casually handed it to an elder beside him and said, fellow Daoist, take a look at this first, then you can make a decision later. This is... That elder was a bit hesitant. He looked at Ingpe and the other demons, but still took it. Xiaohua continued, this Xiao knows that fellow Daoists have misgivings. After all, this is the first time we've met. Moreover, although Ingpe trusts this Xiao, after all, he represents the interests of the clan. There are many things. Just as Xiaohua was speaking, the clan leader of the demon clan cried out in alarm, his face showing an inconceivable expression. Hee. Xiaohua wasn't surprised and continued, Ingpe has many things to consider from the clan's interests. He can't make decisions on his own. This old man hasn't seen Ingpe much, but I know that he's a genius in business. However, what he lacks is the conditions to make the merchant union bigger. This Xiao has never been interested in the merchant union. My hope for the merchant union is some information. Of course, if you want to buy information, you can, but how can it be as efficient as controlling the information yourself? This Xiao is different from Ingpe. This Xiao has no interest in managing the merchant union, but this Xiao has the means to expand the merchant union. When the two are combined, it's a win-win situation. At this moment, the yin-yang bracelet in the hands of the clan leader of the demon clan had already been passed to two elders. The two elders were also extremely surprised, but fortunately, they didn't cry out in alarm. Seeing this, Ingpe was also somewhat surprised. His gaze fell on the yin-yang bracelet and he seemed to be lost in thought. Ingpe, take a look at this. As he spoke, Xiaohua took out another yin-yang bracelet and passed it to Ingpe. Ingpe took it and scanned it with his origin force. He couldn't help but cry out again, what? Then, Ingpe realized that he had lost his composure. He looked at Xiaohua and passed the yin-yang bracelet to an elder beside him. Ingpe, this Xiao has more than this. Xiaohua said with a smile, moreover, this Xiao will continuously provide these things to the merchant union. Do you think this Xiao has the capital to cooperate with the merchant union? This. Ingpe was somewhat hesitant. Xiaohua struck while the iron was hot. He took out a jade bottle and passed it to Ingpe. Take a look at this. What is this? Ingpe took the jade bottle and looked at it. He was somewhat puzzled and asked curiously, this bitter, what is this? Medicine. Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said, this is the medicine of the water clan controlled by the apricot forest medicine store. This Xiao already had the bevan from before. This Xiao refined some of it myself. The raw materials are all from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and the North Sea. Chapter 39-49. Hearing this, Ingbo couldn't help but stand up. Previously, Xiaohua's Heaven and Earth bracelet only contained some magic tools and other things. Although Ingbo was surprised, it was not enough to shock him. However, the medicine that Xiaohua took out made Ingbo unable to sit still. He clearly knew the status of the apricot forest medicine shop in the Yuling Bay. Since Xiaohua could take out this kind of medicine, he could naturally take out other things. Don't worry. Xiaohua decided to say something shocking. He raised his hand and took out another Heaven and Earth bracelet and handed it to Ingbo. He said, fellow immortal, take a look at this, what is this? Ingbo didn't wait for the heaven and earth bracelet to fly over. He walked over and took the heaven and earth bracelet from the air. He checked it with his primordial thought and said in surprise, This is just a grain for the human race. What's the use of it? Hee hee. Xiaohua said with a smile, perhaps you demons don't need this grain, but what about the hidden immortal continent and the pure land? If the merchant union wants to gain a foothold in these two places, which Confucian cultivator or Buddhist disciple would dare to go against the merchant union when you take out these things that are related to the people's livelihood? Ingbo and other demons naturally don't need this grain. They couldn't figure out the importance of it. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, they immediately understood. Ingbo even said with a smile, not just the two continents of the human race, even in my 1,000 demons sacred realm, there are still many demons who need this grain. But the problem is... Ingbo was a little hesitant, fellow immortal, you can only take out these, a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed, don't forget about the disciples of my Black Wind Mountain. Where did they go? Ingbo patted his forehead and said with a smile, Daoist Xiao is really far-sighted. I seem to understand a little. Now, I'm afraid the number of disciples of my Black Wind Mountain is more than 10 times what you saw that day. Xiaohua said with a smile, besides, with my reputation now, recruiting some Daoist cultivators is not a difficult thing. These spiritual herbs, magic tools, and grain can be endlessly given to me. Actually, my Daoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent ostracized us. Otherwise, why would I cooperate with the merchant union? Sigh, not bad. Ingpo finally understood Xiaohua's thoughts. He raised his head and looked at the elders who had already seen the universe bracelets. Then, he passed the medicine to them. This medicine. Xiaohua chuckled. To tell you the truth, if the continuous merchant union can find more demon herbs, demon fruits, and other things, I can still let the disciples of the Black Wind Ridge refine even more. There's no need to talk about the seeds, but the medicine should be enough to make the name of the trade union known throughout the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Immortal's condition. Ingpius said with a bitter smile, I really can't refuse. The 9 elders looked through the items in the universal bracelet, and their eyes revealed a rare look of greed. Unfortunately, they couldn't see through Xiaohua's strength. Moreover, they knew that Xiaohua had defeated perfected Lord Qingyuan. Who would dare to have any evil thoughts? Elders, what do you think? Ingpe asked. The group of elders looked at the universal bracelet in Ingpo's hands. They looked at each other for a moment and said, Immortal Xiao is an old friend of the clan leader. This matter, let the clan leader decide for himself. Immortal friends. Xiaohua hurriedly said, when I talked to Ingpo earlier, I didn't plan to take out so many things. Therefore, I only plan to cooperate with the continuous merchant union to obtain information. Now that I've made it clear, I'm sure all the elders can see that the things I took out, not to mention the Prophet Merchant Union, even Star Picking Tower, is willing to cooperate with me. Therefore, my cooperation with the continuous merchant union may have to deepen a bit. Immortal Xiao, do you mean that the Black Wind Ridge will cooperate with the continuous merchant union? Ingpa understood something and asked. Xiaohua nodded. Yes, you're right. My Black Wind Ridge provides the continuous merchant union with an endless supply of things. Naturally, my Black Wind Ridge will get something in return. This is different from the cooperation between me and the Luo Yi Business Alliance. Ingpa thought for a moment and said, it's possible to cooperate with the Dao sect. However, this matter is of great importance. I can't decide on my own. I need to discuss it with the elders. Immortal Xiao, please wait a moment. Well said. Xiaohua sat down and said, you wait for the discussion. Bring me some demon herbs and demon fruits, hee, no problem. Seeing Xiao Hua's current appearance, Ingpe knew that he was very confident in this cooperation. He answered and called the demon race on guard outside. He then left with the group of elders. Xiao Hua asked the demon race on guard for some demon fruits and some special aquatic plants in the North Sea. Then, he waved his hands and created waves of water. The water melted the aquatic plants and demon fruits one by one like flames. Then, Xiao Hua used the water dissolution technique to start refining medicine in the hole. Seeing Xiao Hua's miraculous skills, the demon race on guard was dumbstruck. Xiao Hua's Qi Huang technique had long been perfected to the point of perfection. Refining a simple medicine was a piece of cake for him. In just a short moment, Xiao Hua had finished refining the medicine. Seeing that Ingbo and the other members of the demon clan had yet to return, he simply continued to refine. Only after he had refined more than 10 medicines did Ingbo return to the hole. However, the 9 elders did not follow him, and the universe bangles were no longer in Ingbo's hands. Hee. Xiao Hua naturally understood. He waved his hand and the water disappeared. He asked, "Fellow immortal, have you made a decision?" "Alas, immortal Xiao Hua's things are really good. The conditions are also very generous. My inferior clansmen have no choice but to agree." Ingpe smiled bitterly and said, "However, the elders also made it clear that this continuous merchant union is the last hope of my clan. They don't want immortal Xiao Hua to control it." "Alas, what kind of worry is this?" Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao will definitely not. Moreover, this Xiao also guarantees that my Black Wind Ridge will not interfere in the development of the continuous merchant union. This Xiao and my Black Wind Ridge's development will only be in the cultivation of Taoism. If that's the case, this one agrees to cooperate with the Black Wind Ridge on behalf of my clansmen." Ingpe raised his claws and said solemnly, "The continuous merchant union can give Black Wind Ridge 70% of the profits from the items of the Black Wind Ridge. As for the information that Black Wind Ridge needs, our continuous merchant union will unconditionally provide it. Immortal Xiao, as an ally of our continuous merchant union, not only will our continuous merchant union provide Immortal Xiao with the things that he needs first, our continuous merchant union can also give Immortal Xiao 10% of the profits every year. Of course, the condition is that whenever our continuous merchant union needs Immortal Xiao Hua must act at any time." "Oh. You still want this one to act?" Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised by the last condition. Ingpe smiled bitterly and said, "The continuous merchant union is the hope of my clan. However, my clan no longer has a place in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Therefore, this one has been thinking about finding a backer." Previously, this one did not feel that Immortal Xiao Hua was very powerful. However, since Immortal Xiao Hua was able to defeat Immortal Qin Yuan, your future prospects are limitless. If this one does not establish a good relationship with Immortal Xiao Hua, when should I wait? Of course, if Immortal Xiao feels that 10% is not much, this one can give Immortal Xiao 5% of my profits. That's not necessary. This one just feels that as a Taoist cultivator, I will inevitably have some conflicts with Confucian cultivators in the future. I'm afraid that I will implicate the continuous merchant union in the future. Immortal Xiao doesn't need to worry about this. The demon clan's business in the hidden immortal continent and western land of ultimate bliss is already filled with difficulties. Immortal Xiao doesn't matter if you are a Taoist cultivator or a Confucian cultivator, as long as your strength is outstanding." Xiao Hua was overjoyed and was about to agree. However, his heart moved and he said, "Also, the food seeds, medicine and other things, you need to say that they are provided by Immortal Xiao. If possible, there is no need for any sea crystals or primeval stones. This is naturally possible." Ingpa nodded. There are also many poor demon clans in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. They may not have any primeval stones to give to immortal Xiao. Good. Xiaohua raised his hand and patted Ingpa's claws. This is considered a formal alliance. Many thanks to immortal Xiao for giving my continuous merchant union another chance. Ingpa knew that Xiaohua was a man of his words and his heart was set. He smiled and took out a flat bone piece from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. This is immortal Xiao's keepsake. With this keepsake, immortal Xiao can exercise authority in the continuous merchant union that is second only to me and the 9 elders. Ah, good. Xiaohua took the bone piece and looked at it. There was a strange demon beast engraved on it. It was actually similar to a low-level demon beast in the legacy world. Xiaohua took the bone piece and said, "Since this one is an ally of the continuous merchant union, you should bring some more universe bracelets over." This time, this one came out with something. If it wasn't for meeting fellow immortal, perhaps the Linlai Trading Company would have benefited. Good. Ingpa hurriedly ordered the demon clan guarding outside to take the universe bracelets. However, he said in a low voice, "Immortal Xiao, when this one came in, immortal Xiao was refining medicine." Yes. Xiaohua nodded. That's what this one promised Lu Hedi. Actually, there are many old Sea clan members in this Yuling Bay. You should bring enough demon fruits and seaweed. This one will refine a batch for you first. This is naturally possible. Ingpa said somewhat embarrassedly, but what this one means is, this refining technique, can immortal Xiaohua teach this one's clansmen? Hearing this, Xiaohua immediately came to a realization. He nodded and said, "Of course. You and I are now in a cooperative relationship. This one naturally can teach your clansmen what this one knows." Immortal Xiaohua. Ingpa was almost about to cry. Just now, there was an elder who said that immortal Xiaohua had bad intentions. This one, as the patriarch, rejected it. Now, it seems that elder was really measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. My human clan has a saying, distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. In the future, it will be fine after a long time. Xiaohua said indifferently, "You should find a few, or call all the clansmen who have some experience in refining medicine. This one is now thinking of how to teach them the refining technique." Okay, this one will do it right away. Ingpa couldn't even close his mouth. He hurriedly ran out by himself. He didn't even call the demon clan member on duty. Xiaohua sat back in his chair. In his mind, he was thinking of how to teach the demon clan how to refine medicine. Chapter 3950. Not long after, Ingpa actually brought in 30 or so demons, and even an elder came along. "Greetings, Master Xiao." The 30 or so demons obviously received Ingpa's orders, and saluted respectfully as soon as they came in. "Master Xiao." Xiaohua smiled, and raised his hand, and, "Get up, then this Xiao will be your master for once." "Thank you, Master Xiao." The demons happily stood up. Xiaohua raised his hand, and a green light flashed in the entire hall, and 30 or so green crystal threads entered between the eyebrows of the demons. In just a few breaths, all of the demons had painful expressions on their faces. Xiaohua withdrew his soul technique, and said indifferently, "All of you carefully recall and comprehend. After an hour, you should be able to remember half of what the demons left behind." "Yes, this disciple understands." The 30 or so demons all answered, then closed their eyes and carefully memorized. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Ingpa, come over here." "Yes, Master." At this moment, Ingpa prostrated himself in admiration of Xiaohua, and hurriedly walked over. "Are the universe bangles ready?" Here. Ingpe took out a dozen or so universe bangles. It's almost enough. Xiaohua held a universe bag in his left hand, and a universe bag in his right hand. In just a short moment, Ingpo's dozen or so universe bangles were all filled, and he said with a smile, "This is the first time my Black Wind Ridge cooperated with the Luoyi Merchant Union, and I'm quite sincere. In the future, I'm afraid we'll have a long relationship." Ingpo was so excited that his face turned pale. Although there were many things, but it was enough to take his life. When he was bidding, he still had to consider the safety of the Luoyi Merchant Union, and it was really not easy. Ingpe took out a universe bangle and handed it to the elder who followed him, and said in a low voice, "This universe bangle and the previous ones, you all discuss how to bid, do not attract the attention of other experts. And this old man knows." This elder could be considered to be completely at ease with Xiaohua, and he cupped his hands towards Xiaohua and Ingpe, then hurriedly left. After the elder left, Xiaohua asked again, "Ingpe, what good things does the Luoyi Merchant Union have now? I'll let Master know." Ingpe shook his head and said, "Previously, I had prepared some things for you. However, when I heard that the Black Wind Ridge was gone, I bid for those things. However, if Daoist Master needs anything, feel free to tell me and I'll have my clansmen search for it." "Some news," Xiaohua said in a low voice, "news about metal and wood magnetism, metal and earth magnetism, wood and water magnetism. Also, where can I find the extreme magnetic ray?" Ingpe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Daoist Master, these. I'm afraid that our clansmen won't be able to find them. I'll help you take a look elsewhere." "All right, thank you, fellow immortal." Xiaohua understood the difficulty of this information and nodded. "As long as we can find it, the time doesn't matter. There's also a universe bracelet here." Ingpe took out another one from his bosom and smiled, "I just took this from the storage area. It's filled with demon fruits, demon herbs, seaweed, sea wood, and other ordinary items of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. These should be able to be refined into medicine." "All right, this old man understands." Xiaohua took the universe bracelet and said, "This old man will do his best to refine it." Throwing the universe bracelet to Green Robe, Xiaohua asked with a smile, "Fellow immortal, what other good things do you have here?" Ingpe shook his head and said, "The Luoyi Merchant Union just held an auction, there aren't many things left. I reckon that they won't be able to enter Daoist Master's eyes. If Daoist Master wants to find something, Zhai Xinglu's auction is in 3 days. This one can accompany fellow immortal to take a look." "There's an auction." Xiaohua smiled and said, "The day before yesterday it was Yazi Auction House, now it's Luoyi Merchant Union, 3 days later it's Zhai Xinglu's. Then Lilai Trading Company will also have one in the near future, right?" "That's right." Ingpe nodded and said, "In Yuling Bay, only our 4 clans are qualified to hold auctions. We usually arrange our own auctions according to Yazi Auction House's auctions, most of which are held recently. Tomorrow should be Lilai Trading Company's, but Sea Soul Scholars' items are mostly from the human race, and most of them are from Confucian cultivators. This one also went to participate, and I reckon that it's somewhat different from fellow immortals' expectations. Therefore, this one suggests fellow immortal to participate in Zhai Xinglu's auction 3 days later. Their items are not inferior to Yazi auction houses, and are usually placed at the end, which is the so-called finale of the human race." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Since the Luo Chamber of Commerce has some relationship with the Lilai Trading Company, you might as well send one of your subordinates over to ask what the Lilai Trading Company has prepared for this auction. If this Xiao has any intentions, this Xiao can go over and take a look." "That's right." Ingpe nodded and said, "Daoist Master is right. In every auction, if there isn't a special reason, we will make the items to be auctioned public. This one will send my clansmen over to inquire. Not to mention that Ingpe sent his clansmen to Lilai Trading Company to inquire. Just these 30 or so clansmen of Ingpe slowly woke up after a full hour. Xiaohua originally had some expectations, thinking that the longer they comprehended, the more they would be able to remember. However, after asking, he was very disappointed. Most of them had forgotten 80% of the simple water fusion technique, and only 4 clansmen of the demon race had remembered 30%. It seems that the inheritance of the demon race really emphasizes bloodline. Xiaohua thought to himself, it's completely different from my human race. This water fusion technique is not too complicated. As long as the cultivators of my human race put in the effort, even if they can't be outstanding, they can at least comprehend the majority of it by analogy. Waving his hand to let the 20 or so clansmen of the demon race leave, Xiaohua said to Ingpe standing next to him, Ingpe, it seems that only these 4 clansmen can try to refine the medicine. Not only was Ingpe not disappointed, but his eyes were also abnormally fanatical, and he couldn't suppress the joy in his mouth as he said, Thank you, Daoist Master. If it weren't for Daoist Master's secret technique, how could my clansmen master the Daoist cultivation method? In the future, if my clan can prosper, I will have to thank Daoist Master Xiao. Oh. Seeing this, Xiaohua was enlightened again. He wasn't a demon, so his thoughts were different from the demon race. However, he forgot that as long as he taught these 4 clansmen of the water fusion technique, and these 4 clansmen of the demon race passed it on in the clan, perhaps in another 1,000 or 10,000 years, this water fusion technique would be integrated into the bloodline of Ingpe's clan. Ingpe and the other clansmen of the demon race in the future might be born with the water fusion technique. No wonder Ingpe shed tears of gratitude. Thinking of this, an inconceivable thought appeared in his mind, damn it, this Xiao knows so many secret techniques of the demon race, and has obtained the bloodline of the absolute saint. Then, this Xiao's descendants, what kind of situation will they be? This thought naturally flashed through Xiaohua's mind, but how could Xiaohua know? The hand of karma in his space was gradually taking shape, so how could all these thoughts appear out of thin air? Many of them were related to the karma of the river of karma. What he occasionally thought of might just be a small wave in the river of karma. Afterwards, Xiaohua asked the 4 clansmen of the demon race about their comprehension, and gave them detailed instructions on how to use their demon power to perform the water fusion technique. Furthermore, in front of these 4 clansmen of the demon race, he refined the medicine again and again. Unfortunately, although the 4 clansmen of the demon race already understood how to control their demon power, no matter what, they couldn't display their demon power properly. This made Xiaohua very depressed. When did he have to be so patient when teaching his disciples? Fujiwen, Lu Yi, and the others, which one of them didn't immediately understand when he casually mentioned it? Even Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Eagle only had a single soul technique to teach them the cultivation method. How could these 4 wooden clansmen of the demon race compare? However, it was good that Xiaohua needed to refine medicine for Bromine and the other old members of the sea race, so he simply patiently refined it again and again. After 3 days, Xiaohua gave the refined medicine to Ingpe, and had him find a clansman to give it to Lu. He then looked at the demon race who were still frantically practicing the water fusion technique and said, This old man's teachings end here. As for how to practice in the future, it will be up to you. In the secret techniques this old man left you, there is also a method to use a pill furnace to refine medicine. When you find a pill furnace in the future, you can try it yourself. That way, it might be much easier than now. You don't have to be too radical now. Reverend, rest assured, this one has already sent clansmen to look for it. The human pill furnace may not be easy to use, but our demon race should have something similar. Ingpe smiled at the side and said, Now, I will accompany Reverend to Zhai Xing Lu. Many thanks, Master Xiao. The four clansmen bowed and thanked this unfathomable Master Xiao with heartfelt admiration. Xiao Hua waved his hand, indicating the four to continue practicing. He then followed Ingpo out of the Luo Yi Merchant Union. As soon as he went out, he saw a sea beast holding a conch-like carriage waiting there. Xiao Hua smiled. It's still better to have sea crystals. Previously, when I followed Lu and Di, I had to rely on myself to fly. In the middle of the journey, I was interrogated by the sea race of the Feather Spirit Palace. Now that we are riding a sea carriage, there shouldn't be so many trifles, right? Reverend, please. Ingpo invited Xiao Hua onto the sea carriage and said with a smile, Reverend, these few days in Yuling Bay are different from the past. The Feather Spirit Palace caused a mess in Yuling Bay because of the matter of the Yazi Arena. Normally, there are also many sea carriages. Even if you don't ride a sea carriage, you won't be interrogated. Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he asked again, this Xiao also knows about these matters, I just don't know. Has the North Sea Dragon Palace found the Confucian cultivator that caused trouble? Has the monster that escaped been caught? According to reliable information, the North Sea Dragon Palace has already sent dragon generals more than 10,000 li deep into the hidden immortal continent, but they still haven't found any traces of the Confucian cultivator. Ingpo replied, if the Confucian cultivator can't be found, then of course there's no news about the monster that escaped. Oh, Xiao Hua casually responded, but his heart was slightly bewildered. Damn it, could it be that Jiang Sheng was eaten by those leopards? But, whether they were eaten or not, what does it have to do with this Xiao? After the time it took to eat a meal, the sound of wind gradually appeared outside the window. The sound of the wind was getting louder and louder. Not only was there a mournful sound, even the sea carriage was slightly shaking. Ingpo looked at the gloomy sky outside the window and said with a smile, it's rare that there's no tsunami wind these few days. Today, it's starting to blow again. This time, it will blow for several days. Chapter 39:51. Xiao Hua nodded when he saw how powerful the sea breeze was. The winds and clouds above the North Sea are unpredictable. No one knows when a tsunami will appear. Yuling Bay is right by the sea. Naturally, it will be the first to be affected. As he spoke, Xiao Hua looked outside. Whether it was the Yi residence or the Yi shop, they were all glowing. It was obvious that the demon array of Yuling Bay was slowly activating to resist the strong sea breeze. As Xiao Hua and Ingpo were talking, the sea carriage actually flew up again towards the foot of the mountain. I-oh! Xiao Hua looked up and saw a few majestic palaces standing at the foot of the mountain. Amidst the raging sea breeze, wisps of light appeared around the palaces. Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask in astonishment, could Zhai Xinglu be in one of these palaces? Damn it, I always thought that this was Yuling Palace's place. Yuling Palace is filled with the water clan of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Although they can leave the water, they still like to stay in the water. Yuling Palace is built underground in the mountain and is connected to the North Sea. They will not build their palaces on the mountain. Ingpo smiled. Only Zhai Xinglu is wealthy enough to challenge the North Sea Dragon Palace and build palaces on the foot of the mountain. Xiao Hua frowned and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the approaching palaces and asked curiously, is Zhai Xinglu so powerful? They can actually challenge the North Sea Dragon Palace. How powerful is Zhai Xinglu? This is a question that I considered when I first formed the Continuous Merchant Alliance. Then, I started to gather information to find the answer. But, even now, I do not know the answer to this question. Actually, there is no need to think too much. Look at Yuling Bay. All the powers rely on the North Sea Dragon Palace. Only Zhai Xinglu has built palaces on the mountain. This is enough to show how powerful Zhai Xinglu is. Ingpe said with some fascination. Xiaohua smiled. He had not expected that Zhai Xinglu, whom he had met in the Bronze Pillar country, would actually be so powerful. It looked like he would have to reevaluate the words of Zhu Qing. However, thinking about it from another perspective, Duan Muqing and Murong Zongyun, who were both secondary first-rank aristocratic families, were well-behaved in Zhai Xinglu. Even the East Sea Dragon Palace's patrol envoy was well-behaved. Presumably, Zhai Xinglu would not be as unbearable as Xiaohua had previously thought, right? Woo! A huge gust of sea wind swept over, and the entire carriage finally couldn't withstand it. It spun in the air and crashed towards the mountain peak. Xiaohua's figure flashed and appeared in midair. With a shake of his big sleeves, he covered the sea chariot. After that, Xiaohua transformed into a rainbow and landed on the ground. Looking at Ingpe, who was unable to fly out of the sea chariot in time, he said with a smile, "The sea breeze is so strong, you don't need to accompany this Xiao to the auction. You can go back first." Ingpe pondered for a moment and nodded. The sea breeze is indeed too strong. There won't be too many monsters participating in the auction. My strength is too weak, and I might delay the auction. It's better for me to turn back. Then, Ingpe reminded him again, the token of the continuous merchant union in Zhai Xinglu's hands should be useful in Zhai Xinglu. Don't forget to take it out when you enter. Hee, this old man knows. You can go back now. Xiaohua smiled and transformed into a rainbow again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near the palace. Seeing Xiaohua's figure disappear, Ingpe took a deep breath and muttered, "Zhai Xinglu, I hope you won't disappoint this one." In order to pull Zhai Xinglu into the merchant union, this one had a falling out with the 9 elders. The affairs of the world were very strange. Many accidental factors were often more decisive than certain factors. If the continuous merchant union had developed normally, with the efforts of Ingpe and the elders of the clan, it might have been able to develop. However, this development was filled with hardships. Every day, countless merchant unions and trading companies appeared in the 3 continents. Every day, countless merchant unions and trading companies closed down. Perhaps, this kind of continuous merchant union would disappear one day. However, they had met Xiaohua. They had met Xiaohua, who had come to Yuling Bay to look for Ao Zhantian. This mere chance encounter had completely changed the fate of the continuous merchant union. Perhaps many years later, when Ingpe and the 9 elders thought about this seemingly hasty decision, they would be very glad that they had seized this one and only opportunity. Xiaohua didn't think as much as Ingpe. His figure was flying in the air, and he had already seen clearly that in front of the palace, there was a pavilion that was dozens of feet tall. On the pavilion, there was a signboard that was about 10 feet tall, with the words, Zhai Xinglu, written on it. These 3 words looked exactly the same as the ones Xiaohua had seen in the Bronze Pillar Nation. They were written by the same person. However, Xiaohua didn't dare to underestimate them now. And when Xiaohua withdrew his contempt, those 3 big words looked extremely wonderful again. It was far from having the aura of the secular world that it had in the past. Damn it! Xiaohua looked at it for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and smiled bitterly. Are the words good, or is this Xiao's heart dirty? Along with Xiaohua's figure appearing in front of the pavilion, a respectful voice sounded out from within. Greetings, senior. Then, a light pillar that was like a ladder stretched out from the pavilion, and a young man in plain clothes walked out from within. He respectfully saluted and said, "Senior, have you come to participate in the auction?" "Yes." Xiaohua stood in the air. Although there was no light around him, the sea breeze didn't even lift a corner of Xiaohua's Daoist robe. "Senior, please." The young man took a few steps forward, and the light pillar also extended and covered Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't need to use his magic power, and the light pillar brought Xiaohua into the pavilion. The interior of the pavilion was similar to the Zhai Xinglu in the Bronze Pillar Nation. It was a huge open space, and the ground looked like a huge glass. Xiaohua could clearly see the low vegetation on the mountain peaks swaying helplessly in the sea breeze. On both sides of the open space, there were already some dragon horse carriages. There were also some sea beasts lying obediently on the ground. Several tall sea race people were holding strange weapons in their hands, guarding these carriages. After the open space, there was a huge palace. Behind this palace, there were also many interconnected palaces. It was much larger than the Zhai Xinglu in the Bronze Pillar Nation. At this moment, the palace's doors were wide open, and more than 10 men in plain clothes stood there in an orderly manner. They all had smiles on their faces. "Senior, this way please." The young man was well trained. He waited for Xiaohua to pause for a moment and clearly see the situation around him, then he raised his hand and said respectfully, "N." Xiaohua nodded and followed the young man to the front of the palace. The 10 men respectfully bowed at the same time and said in unison, "Greetings, senior." "Rise." Xiaohua nodded and walked closer to the Zhai Xinglu. After entering the Zhai Xinglu twice, Xiaohua was no longer the unknown Taoist cultivator of the past. Sure enough, as Xiaohua had expected, the moment he entered Zhai Xinglu, he was faced with the same screen. Xiaohua had originally wanted to pass by it, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned to the man behind him. "What's your number?" The man was stunned, then he smiled and said, "Senior, I'm here to welcome guests. I don't have a number." "Oh." Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, "In that case, you don't know anything about this screen." "Screen?" The man was stunned, then his expression immediately changed to one of respect. He said, "Senior, since you know about the screen of my Zhai Xinglu, you are naturally my Zhai Xinglu's distinguished guest. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll ask the chief steward to come over." "Okay." Xiaohua thought for a moment and simply stood there without moving. The man didn't dare to leave. He took out a jade slip and flicked it. The jade slip flew out soundlessly. He then said to Xiaohua, "Senior, please wait a moment. My chief steward will come over immediately." In just a few breaths, a beautiful cloud appeared not far away. Then, a woman even prettier than the clouds walked out. When the woman saw Xiaohua, a strange expression appeared on her face. She didn't even walk close to him and immediately said respectfully, "So it's Daoist Xiao." Junior Zhong Qiao greet Senior. Seeing that Zhong Qiao recognized him at a glance and flew over, Xiaohua was no longer surprised. Some people in this world were born to be chief stewards. Xiaohua's strength was outstanding, and he believed he had a photographic memory for cultivation techniques and other aspects. However, he never dared to place high hopes on himself when it came to judging people's faces. "Oh." Xiaohua raised an eyebrow and raised a hand to lift Zhong Qiao up. He smiled and said, "I thought the chief steward was a man. I didn't expect you to be an outstanding woman. People often say that women are not inferior to men. Indeed, it's true." Zhong Qiao stood up and said with a smile, "Senior, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person. I do what I should do and get what I should get." "Well said." Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "The matters of the world are so simple. However, many people don't understand." Zhong Qiao smiled and asked, "Senior, may I know why you've come to my Zhai Xinglu?" Xiaohua was about to answer, but his heart skipped a beat and he asked again, "I occasionally passed by Yuling Bay and heard that there was a Zhai Xinglu here. I wanted to see if Zhu Qin was here." I'm here. Of course, Zhu Qing isn't here. Zhong Qiao said with a smile. As for where Zhu Qing is, I don't know either. In that case, I can only ask Miss about the matters of the Xingyue Palace. Xiaohua asked again. Senior, you're indeed here for the matters of the Xingyue Palace. Zhong Qiao said with a smile. It looks like the Xingyue Palace is fated to be with you. Oh. Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he asked curiously, could it be that there's news about the Xingyue Palace? This is not the place to talk. Senior, please come with me. Zhong Qiao looked around. Although it was the same as before and there were no other cultivators or members of the sea race nearby, Zhong Qiao still felt worried and said, Xiaohua nodded. Zhong Qiao raised a hand and pointed, and a spiral staircase appeared beneath their feet. Under Zhong Qiao's lead, Xiaohua came to a loft. Xiaohua looked at the loft that was similar to the auction house in the past and said with a smile, this is the high platform of the auction house, right? Chapter 3952. Senior, you're right. Zhong Qiao smiled. Since you're here, let's bid again. It's still early now, so I'll tell you about Xingyue Palace. All right. Xiaohua nodded. I remember Zhu Qing said that if I hear news about Xingyue Palace, I can find any Zhai Xinglu Xingyue can send me to Xingyue Palace. It's exactly as you said. Zhong Qiao smiled. Senior's name and image have been left in Xingyue. As long as you appear in Zhai Xinglu, we will definitely tell you about Xingyue Palace. Moreover, you defeated perfected Lord Qingyuan of the Immortal Palace and sowed seeds for justice, benefiting all living beings in the world. Now that your reputation is growing, as long as you appear in Zhai Xinglu, we will give you news about Xingyue Palace without any name or image. I'm ashamed. Xiaohua smiled. It's just an act of fishing for fame, but you all know about it. Hee hee. Zhong Qiao covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes rippling with an indescribable expression. If you're fishing for fame, there won't be any good deeds in the world. Zhai Xinglu also wants to do such a good deed, but with Zhai Xinglu's strength, we can't do it. This shows the importance of Senior's good deed. Moreover, when I saw Senior's good deed just now, I thought it was Senior's simple benevolence, but thinking carefully, there are too many things to ponder about. Seeing that Zhong Qiao did not talk about Xingyue Palace and instead changed the topic, Xiaohua asked, why can't Zhai Xinglu do it? What did you see? If it's immortal herbs or demon fruits, Zhai Xinglu may be able to find them. But if it's so many seeds, where will Zhai Xinglu get them? There are many disasters in the hidden immortal mainland now, and only Su Province and Yu Province are safe. How can the people of these two provinces have extra food? Although there is food in the Western Paradise, the war between immortals and Buddhas is imminent. No one dares to take this risk. Moreover, how many primordial stones can this risk be worth? Zhong Qiao explained with a smile. After all, Xingyue isn't a piece of white paper. Xiaohua sighed. Once stained with the stench of money, even the white jade will be covered in dust. Zhong Qiao ignored Xiaohua's sigh and continued, moreover, Senior has just offended the Immortal Palace. Now, taking advantage of the grain seed matter, you are wantonly gathering the people's support. If the Immortal Palace wants to suppress you again, I'm afraid they will be extremely scrupulous. Now that I think about it, I really admire your calculation. You can actually think of getting rid of the control of the Immortal Palace from the hearts of the people. This is something that I have never dreamed of. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. When he took out the grain seed, he never thought about it. If it had such an effect, it could only be an unintentional result. Also, Zhong Qiao continued, If Senior had been the only one spreading the news, the Confucian cultivators would have killed it long ago, and no one would have known. However, the Confucian cultivators led by the 4 great clans were not convinced by the Immortal Palace, so they used Senior's matter to humiliate the Immortal Palace. As a result, Senior's matter spread like wildfire, and more cultivators knew about it. There were even many clans that sent Senior's grain seeds to various places in 9 regions. Daoist Xiao has become the savior of many people in the hidden Immortal Continent. As long as time passes, Daoist Xiao's name will certainly be known by all the people in the hidden Immortal Continent. Also, Senior Xiao, if this junior's prediction is correct, it won't be long before Senior will be pardoned by the Immortal Palace, and even be rewarded by the Immortal Palace. Xiao Hua was somewhat stunned. He didn't expect that his seed planting in the God and Devil blood pool would be known by the world so quickly. Even more, he didn't expect that the speed of the Confucian cultivator clans was far beyond his imagination. How long had it been? They had already spread their grain seeds throughout 9 regions. In particular, he really envied Zhai Xinglu's source of information. This small chief manager of Zhai Xinglu actually knew so much. However, when he heard Zhong Qiao's words, he was somewhat puzzled and asked curiously, "Ah, how is that possible? This old man is already surprised that the Immortal Palace didn't arrest me. How can there be a reward?" He, presumably Daoist Xiao knows that your Dao school has an old senior called the Grand Mist Ancestor, right? Of course I know. Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Since that old senior doesn't listen to the Immortal Palace and wants to go against the Immortal Palace, then the Immortal Palace naturally has to find someone who can go against that old senior. Zhong Qiao explained, and isn't Senior Xiao just the right person? Xiao Hua's mouth was bitter, but he still shook his head. Unfortunately, this old man's strength is too far from the Grand Mist Ancestors. It doesn't matter if your cultivation is lacking. The Immortal Palace has countless methods. Raising Senior's cultivation is just a matter of lifting a finger. Zhong Qiao smiled and said, "But if you want to find someone with such a good reputation like Daoist Xiao, you won't be able to find one even in 100,000 years. This is the Immortal Palace's plan to sow discord. Presumably, the Grand Mist Ancestor can see through it with a glance, otherwise, this old man will be in danger." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Daoist Xiao." Zhong Qiao smiled and said, "If it's that simple, then it's good." In fact, Junior sometimes thinks about Senior's actions, although it's calculated very well. If there's no time, or if Senior's luck is bad, even if you pile up grain seeds all over the hidden Immortal Continent, the Immortal Palace may not give face to the Confucian aristocratic families. Don't talk about rewards, perhaps they might even kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and warn the 4 aristocratic families. Senior, don't forget what you said in the Copper Pillar State. If the Immortal Palace wants to kill Senior, the 4 aristocratic families definitely won't dare to brazenly stop it. Oh. Where is this old man's luck good? Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss as he was in the middle of the situation. Naturally, it's the war between immortals and Buddhas. Zhong Qiao replied. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Since it's a war between immortals and Buddhas, what does it have to do with this old man, a Taoist cultivator? The war between immortals and Buddhas naturally has nothing to do with Senior, but Senior has won the hearts of the people. Zhong Qiao's words hit Xiao Hua like a thunderbolt. Xiao Hua instantly understood. The Buddhist sects obtained believers in the hidden Immortal Continent, and their power infiltrated the lower levels of the Confucian cultivators' rule through the common people. This was precisely what the Confucian cultivators feared, and at the same time, it was also their shortcoming. The war between immortals and Buddhas was also based on this fundamental reason. And the appearance of Xiao Hua broke the situation where the Buddhist sects were the dominant power among the common people. Xiaohua's good deeds were exactly similar to the Buddhist sects, and even more direct. Although the common people who knew or respected Taoist Master Xiao couldn't be compared to the common people who worshipped Mahavairakana, but in the future, under the intentional push of the Immortal Palace, a Taoist master who fought against the faith of the Buddhist sects would definitely be formed. This kind of faith was a powerful aid for the Confucian cultivators in the war between immortals and Buddhas. As for the threat that Taoist Master Xiao posed to the Immortal Palace, the Immortal Palace simply didn't put it in their eyes. The Immortal Palace was afraid of the Buddhist sects, but they were simply not afraid of the weak Taoist Master Xiao. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Xiaohua laughed. Zhong Qiao also covered her mouth and said, Taoist Master really understands, it seems that Junior doesn't need to say it clearly. That's right, you don't need to say it clearly. Xiaohua nodded. No matter how clearly this matter was explained, it was likely that no one would know the peculiarity within. No one would know that the Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva revered by the Buddhist sect and the Taoist Tao sect's Taoist Xiao were the same person. Since ancient times, there had been many cases where the fishermen benefited from the fight between the snipe and the clam, but there had never been such a big fisherman like Xiaohua. Xiaohua actually wanted to know what kind of reward this snipe of the Immortal Palace would give him. Moreover, Xiaohua also clearly knew that the Immortal Palace would definitely give him a reward, not only because of the support of the four great families, but also because of his merit and virtue, allowing him to confront the faith of the Buddhist sections. If that's the case. Xiaohua thought again. Previously, this Xiao vaguely felt that there would be a disaster, but now it seems that this disaster has nothing to do with the Immortal Palace. Senior. Zhong Qiao of course didn't know what Xiaohua was planning in his heart, and said, these are all Junior's guesses. It's because Junior read the Book of Heroes and really admired the ingenuity of Senior's chess set, which is far more useful than the Demon God chess set. That's why Junior couldn't help but speak in front of Senior. If there's any disrespect, I hope Senior can forgive me. It's fine, it's fine. Xiaohua said with a smile. This Xiao likes straightforward people the most. Since that's the case, Junior will tell Senior about the Star Moon Palace. Zhong Qiao paused and said, actually, there's no clear news about the Star Moon Palace for the time being, but there are some strange phenomena. Judging from previous experience, I'm afraid that it will take at least 200 years for the outline to appear, so Junior can't tell Senior where the Star Moon Palace is, nor can I tell Senior the specific time. 200 years. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, that's not particularly long. The Star Moon Order says at least 200 years, there's no guarantee if it's more than that, maybe 2,000 years. Zhong Qiao said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiaohua suddenly raised his head, stared at Zhong Qiao, and asked word by word, what you said earlier. I'm afraid it's not your own thoughts, right? Zhong Qiao's face changed, and she hurriedly got up, bowed and said, Senior, please forgive me. Some of it is Junior's thoughts, and some of it is from the Star Moon Order passed down from Xingyun. It should be from all the managers of the star-picking towers. Senior, you don't have to worry. Other than these matters, there are also some related to the Confucian cultivators recorded in the Book of Heroes. For these human elites, Xingyun holds the greatest goodwill and cooperation, and can even provide some help. Xiaohua's expression was a little cold, and he took out a jade eye and handed it to Zhong Qiao, saying, this is something I need. Take a look, does Star Moon have it? Yes, Senior. Zhong Qiao did not dare to be negligent. She took the jade eye and looked at it, then said with a bitter smile, Senior, you're making things difficult for me. Wood and water elemental magnetism, water and fire elemental magnetism, fire and earth elemental magnetism, and metal elemental magnetism are all things of legend. Where can I find them? Not to mention Connate Wood Mother and Connate Earth Mother. I'm not asking you to find them. Xiao Hua replied indifferently, don't you have Star Moon behind you? Isn't Star Moon willing to help? Zhong Qiao did not know whether to laugh or cry, and said in a low voice, the things you want are too rare in this world, even for Star Moon. Chapter 3953. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand with a smile. You don't have to find it. Just give me the news. Yes, I will report this to Xingyue in a moment. Senior can inquire about it at any Zhai Xinglu in the future. Zhong Qiao felt that she had outsmarted herself. That's more like it. Xiao Hua said as he reached out and took out a jade eye. What about the materials inside? Ah. So much. Zhong Qiao was dumbfounded when she saw the materials used to build the teleportation array and the thunderbolt in Xiao Hua's jade eye. After a moment of surprise, she said with a smile, we do have these materials, and many of them are being auctioned at today's auction. Senior wants so many materials, I dare not make the decision. If possible, Senior only needs to bid. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? Xiao Hua snorted coldly, scaring Zhong Qiao into cold sweat. Seeing Zhong Qiao's expression change, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, forget it, I will bid later. Yes, thank you, Senior. Senior is an honored guest of Zhai Xinglu. Everything will be discounted, Zhong Qiao hurriedly said obediently. Oh, that's right. Besides me, are there any recent deeds of those Confucian cultivators in the Book of Heroes? Xiao Hua asked. When Zhong Qiao heard this, her expression changed again. She hurriedly said, Senior, please forgive me. I cannot speak of those things casually. After all, each person's secrets are hidden within. Can you at least tell me the names of those Confucian cultivators? Xiao Hua asked with a smile. But in Zhong Qiao's eyes, his smile was full of conspiracy. Zhong Qiao thought for a moment and said with a bitter smile, Senior, did you come to Zhai Xinglu because you obtained some information? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He stopped smiling and looked out the window. What do you think? Alas, since Senior wants to find trouble with that person, actually, you can wait until that person leaves Zhai Xinglu. After all, whether it's Senior or that person, they are both honored guests of Zhai Xinglu and are protected by Zhai Xinglu. Zhong Qiao sighed. A few days ago, Long Jiang from Feather Spirit Palace forced his way to Zhai Xinglu, but I did not reveal that person's whereabouts. If that person was Senior, I would still do the same. Therefore, I hope that Senior won't force me. Zhong Qiao's words made Xiao Hua even more curious. There were quite a few Confucian cultivators who had enmity with him, but most of them were secrets. However, Xiao Hua already knew how powerful Xingyu was. Perhaps they knew some secrets. Who was this person who deserved his bad luck? Duanmu Qing. That's not right. With Duanmu Qing's current cultivation, how could she be worthy of this old man's bad luck? It's Duanmu Liangsheng. The first thing Xiao Hua thought of was the Duanmu family and Duanmu Liangsheng. Xiao Hua even felt a little guilty, but he immediately shook his head. That's not right. This old man's grudge with Duanmu Liangsheng is too secretive. Xingyue couldn't possibly know. Then, who is it? Suddenly, Xiao Hua was startled. He seemed to have thought of something and almost jumped out of his chair. Since it was Star Picking Tower, then he should have thought of Bronze Pillar State. Since there was Bronze Pillar State, then he should have thought of Bronze Pillar Academy. Thinking of Bronze Pillar Academy, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of its dean and deputy. And since he thought of these two people, Xiao Hua can already determine who the person who is worthy of his bad luck is. Other than Dou Shanjun, who had fought with him in front of Bronze Pillar Academy, and Do Shanjun, who had revealed his extraordinary cultivation in the Black Wind Ridge cave abode. Who else was worthy of Xiao Hua's bad luck? Who else could see Xing Yu and the big hand behind the screen like Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua forcefully suppressed his surprise. He really didn't know what he was feeling now. Did he want to see Do Shanjun, or did he want to quickly escape from this place? Facing Do Shanjun, Xiao Hua felt that he was a child without any strength to fight back. He really didn't like this feeling. This old man hasn't seen Professor Do for many years and wanted to see if he was still as elegant as before. You don't have to be afraid. Since you don't want to say, this old man won't force you. Xiao Hua said with a smile while stealing glances at Zhong Qiao's expression. Sure enough, Zhong Qiao's face was obviously relaxed. She said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior, for your tolerance." However, before Zhong Qiao's voice fell, a very strange divine sense swept in from outside. The restriction inside the pavilion was completely invisible to this divine sense. When this divine sense swept over Xiao Hua, it immediately caused a very slight tremble in the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Damn it! Xiao Hua immediately became alert. He was greatly alarmed. He didn't need to think at all. His first thought was, this Do Shanjun, what cultivation level is he at? This Xiao had only just mentioned him, and he immediately sensed it. Since he knew that Do Shanjun was in Zhai Xinglu, Xiao Hua's tone pretended to be respectful. He waved his hand and said, "We didn't get to know each other until we fought. Although he's a Confucian cultivator and I'm a Daoist, I've also practiced Confucian swordsmanship and have a certain relationship with Confucian cultivators. How can I find trouble with him as you think? This is probably what a hero cherishes another hero." Zhong Qiao covered her mouth and laughed again. She looked very indescribably beautiful. Although Do Shanjun's cultivation level can't compare to Daoist Zhao's, he can also see the secret of the screen. In the future, if the two seniors enter Xingyue Palace hand in hand, it may be another beautiful story in the future. This. Xiao Hua was a little tongue-tied. Zhong Qiao's words were awkward no matter how he heard them, but he couldn't refute anything. Zhong Qiao had probably said everything she needed to say. She stood up and said, "The auction will begin in half an incense stick's worth of time. Junior won't nag Senior anymore. Junior wishes Senior a fruitful return today." I'll take advantage of your auspicious words." Xiao Hua nodded, not standing up. Zhong Qiao took her leave. Not long after, a beautiful woman came to deliver spirit fruits and other things. Xiao Hua asked, and this woman was indeed called Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi had just left with the spirit fruits and returned in a moment, holding a visiting card in her hand. She said with a nervous expression, "Senior, Do Shanjun of Bronze Pillar Academy wants to visit." "Oh? Is that so? Why aren't you inviting him in?" Xiao Hua was well aware, but he pretended to be surprised and stood up. Xiao Yi's expression relaxed, and she said with a smile, "Senior, please sit down. Do Shanjun is here to visit. You're a senior, so there's no need to be so courteous." This old man and Do Shanjun are old acquaintances. It's nothing to welcome him. Senior is really amiable and approachable. Xiao Yi said and left the pavilion. A moment later, Do Shanjun walked in. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly went up to greet and was about to salute. Do Shanjun waved his hand and waved his big sleeve. A cloud of rosy clouds came out from his sleeve and blended into the pavilion surroundings in a moment. A layer of warm jade-like luster emerged from the four walls. Xiao Hua knew that Do Shanjun had set up a restriction to prevent others from spying on the scenery here. He bowed and said, "Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior." However, just as he bowed and his gaze fell to the ground, he was suddenly shocked. He secretly frowned and said, even with Do Shanjun's cultivation, he has to be so careful in Jai Xinglu. Then, who is he guarding against? He, get up. Do Shanjun raised his hand to help Xiaohua up and sat at the place where Xiaohua was sitting before. He raised his head to look at Xiaohua, who was standing respectfully in front of him, and said with a smile, "It's only been a few decades since we last met, but your name is actually so resounding that it far surpasses this old man's. Wherever you go, this old man still has to retreat 3 steps." Xiaohua said in panic, "Senior is thinking too much. It's all because Senior is keeping a low profile and doesn't want others to know. Compared to Senior, this Junior is only the light of a firefly." No. Do Shanjun picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. He said with a smile, "This old man said that the things you did were really beyond this old man's expectations. This old man can't see through your thoughts anymore. If it's like what Zhong Qiao said, your schemes are really too deep. But if you didn't think so much, I'm afraid that even Thunder Monastery's Virokana would have to give up his seat for you. Senior." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Don't you know what this junior is thinking? This junior just wants to cultivate in peace. Cultivating in peace is only a kind of ideal. This ideal is only a white lotus flower in your heart. In this world, no matter how profound your cultivation is, you're all like a piece of duckweed. You can only drift in an unpredictable situation without being able to control yourself. Perhaps if your cultivation is high, you'll have a trace of power to protect yourself. But any resistance will be strangled by everything in this world." Do Shanjun said with a sigh. "Even if it's this old man, it's also the same." Do Shanjun's tone at this time was already different from when he was at Black Wind Ridge. Although he still didn't see Xiaohua as an equal cultivator, his tone already faintly contained extremely high praise. "Yes, this junior understands." Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to follow Do Shanjun's tone and asked further. He only said respectfully, "This junior obtained Senior's cultivation method and secret technique and has always been practicing bitterly. I want to have the power to protect myself. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Xiaohua, you're in the middle of the situation. Right now, you're in the limelight. If you want to protect yourself, just relying on your cultivation isn't necessarily enough." Do Shanjun glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Zhong Qiao's words are quite reasonable. You should also think more about it." Hiss. Xiaohua was startled and said in a low voice, "Senior, when did you hear it? How come this junior didn't notice it?" If I was discovered by you, what face would this old man have left?" Do Shanjun scolded, then looked at Xiaohua and said with some praise, "Your concealment technique is quite good. With this old man's ability, I can't see the whole thing. Remove the secret technique and let this old man see your cultivation." "Thank you, Senior." Xiaohua's face showed ecstasy. Because Do Shanjun said this, it was clear that he wanted to give pointers to Xiaohua's cultivation. For an ordinary cultivator, this was a rare opportunity. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's heart was abnormally bitter. He didn't dare to let Do Shanjun, this old monster, touch his body. If Do Shanjun discovered the secret of his body, who knew what kind of fangs he would reveal? Chapter 3954. However, since Do Shanjun had pointed it out, Xiaohua was also helpless. He could only brace himself and withdraw the secret technique, revealing the early stage of the spirit severing stage. Fortunately, Do Shanjun didn't reach out his hand at all. Just like before, his 2 eyes gave birth to black and white lattices. On each black and white lattice, tiny runes appeared. The runes rushed out like ants, filling Do Shanjun's entire eyes. In these black and white eyes, Xiaohua's whole body was cold, as if he was seen clearly by Do Shanjun from the inside out. Ha! It's a little strange. Do Shanjun exclaimed in surprise, just like when he examined the 5 brocade cloud painting. Then, he raised his hand and pressed his index finger and middle finger between his eyebrows. Pop! A strange silver rune exploded between Do Shanjun's eyebrows. In Do Shanjun's eyes, the black and white runes flashed with colorful brilliance, extremely dazzling. After a while, the brilliance in Do Shanjun's eyes gradually dissipated, revealing the previous black and white starry eyes. At this time, Do Shanjun's eyes showed obvious surprise. Xiaohua, when did you start to practice the red nascent soul technique? Do Shanjun stared at Xiaohua's eyes and asked word by word, why didn't this old man notice it last time? Red nascent soul technique. Xiaohua was stunned and asked, Junior doesn't know what red nascent soul technique is. Oh. Do Shanjun replied, it's the common loose immortal technique in the cultivation world. Ah. Senior. Xiaohua's heart jumped, and he hurriedly took out the scattered nascent soul ink yuntong from his arms and handed it to Do Shanjun and said, Junior got this ink yuntong by chance and saw that there was a secret technique to cultivate the nascent soul technique. You also know that Junior's spiritual power is relatively strong, and I don't have a useful technique. I saw that there were some unique techniques in this secret technique, so I tried to cultivate it. Do Shanjun took the ink yuntong and looked at it. His face was relieved, but he didn't speak, but closed his eyes and thought about something. Xiaohua's heart tightened. He stared at Do Shanjun and didn't dare to speak. After a while, seeing Do Shanjun open his eyes, he carefully asked, Senior, this technique, is there a great flaw? Where's the cultivation technique I gave you? Do Shanjun did not directly answer Xiaohua's question, but instead asked, why don't you cultivate those upright cultivation methods? Xiaohua replied with an extremely wrong tone, Senior, Junior naturally used the cultivation method that Senior gave me to cultivate. How can the crimson nascent technique be cultivated together with the immortal nascent technique? Do Shanjun sneered. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator only has 2 meridians. These meridians ultimately support the yin and yang of the spirit body. All cultivation methods rely on the body's meridians. Does your nascent soul have meridians all over your body? Can he cultivate Tao techniques? Junior. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment and then said with a smile, I used Senior's cultivation method to cultivate my physical body, meridians, and nascent soul, with the help of this so-called crimson nascent arts trick. Sigh, you're really bold. Do Shanjun sighed and said, although the crimson infant technique is very powerful, in the end, without the protection of the physical body, it is difficult to achieve the great Tao. Such examples can be found everywhere. Thus, as long as ordinary cultivators had a physical body, they would not attempt this cultivation technique that had no end in sight. Your cultivation is still shallow, so quickly give it up. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua nodded. Now your realm seems to have reached the spirit severing stage, but in fact, you are still in the late nascent soul stage. In these decades, has there been no bottleneck from the nascent soul stage to the spirit severing stage? Do Shanjun asked again. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly replied, Yes, Senior, Junior has been wondering what's going on with me. Moreover, I can cultivate the spirit severing cultivation method that Senior gave me. The reason is naturally this crimson infant technique. Do Shanjun said, your physical body and nascent soul have different cultivation paths. Of course, there will be a situation of chaos in your realm. Then how should I solve it? Xiaohua asked. Do Shanjun shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, "You can't live if you want to. This old man also doesn't know how to solve it." Xiaohua was shocked. Looking at the ink cloud pupil that was still in Do Shanjun's hand, his eyes turned and asked, "Senior, do you have the complete Crimson Infant technique?" "What? Do you want to go all the way?" Do Shanjun raised the ink cloud pupil in his hand and asked thoughtfully. "Junior thinks that if you want to solve it properly, you must have a complete understanding of the Crimson Infant technique. The cultivation method that Junior got is incomplete, and it is the understanding of others. I am afraid that it is not as authentic as the cultivation method in Senior's hands. If Senior has it, can you give it to Junior to comprehend? Maybe I can find a way to deal with it." Xiaohua explained, "Moreover, Junior wants to break through from the nascent soul stage, but I have not found a suitable medicinal pill. If Senior has a suitable medicinal pill, Junior can also solve it from another way. Your appetite is really not small." Do Shanjun sneered, "This old man has not promised to give you the Crimson Infant technique, and you still want the Breaking Darkness pill?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Since Senior has already given me a helping hand, you might as well help Junior to the end. If Junior walks a unique path, I may be able to help Senior in the future." Do Shanjun closed his eyes, and the ink cloud pupil in his hand turned over and over. After a while, Do Shanjun's finger moved, and the ink cloud pupil turned into ashes. Xiaohua was delighted. Sure enough, another ink cloud pupil appeared in Do Shanjun's hand. Do Shanjun opened his eyes and looked at Xiaohua. He passed the ink cloud pupil to Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, this old man has high expectations for you. As long as I can help you, this old man will give it to you. However, you must not bite off more than you can chew, and do not be self-opinionated and arrogant like the Grand Mist ancestor. As long as you cultivate step by step, and everything you did before was out of your heart, this old man can guarantee that you can cultivate to the Mahayana realm. Of course, whether you can ascend or not depends on your own luck. This old man cannot guarantee it. See." Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Do Shanjun's words contained too much, and Xiaohua did not dare to think too much about it. This Scarlet Infant technique is complete. You can use it as a reference. Moreover, this old man did not add any restrictions. Do Shanjun said and handed the ink cloud pupil to Xiaohua. Then, without waiting for Xiaohua to take it, he took out a Qinquan bag from his sleeve and said, "This is the Dark Breaking Pill, Void Bearing Pill, Lotus Connecting Pill, and Green Heaven Pill. Since this old man wants to give it to you, this old man might as well give it to you. See." Xiaohua was stunned. He sucked in a breath of cold air again and looked at Do Shanjun in disbelief. The Dark Breaking Pill was a necessary pill to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and enter the spirit severing stage. The Void Bearing Pill was used to break through to the Void Refining stage. The Lotus Connecting Pill was used to break through to the Unity stage. The Green Heaven Pill was used to break through to the Mahayana realm. Although the Hidden Immortal Continent and Dawn Rain Continent were different, Xiaohua did not know whether the pills given by Do Shanjun would be useful. However, based on these pills, Xiaohua was able to see that Do Shanjun cared for him deeply. Xiaohua did not accept Mo Yuntong and the Qinquan bag like before. Instead, he tidied up his robe and bowed respectfully. "Junior Xiaohua thanks Senior for your kindness." What Xiaohua said was not excessive. Xiaohua had never had a real master since he started cultivating. No cultivator had ever guided Xiaohua in his cultivation for a long time. Do Shanjun not only gave Xiaohua the cultivation method and divine sense secret technique after he separated his spirit, but now he also gave Xiaohua the red nascent soul technique and various pills and pill recipes. His importance in Xiao Hua's cultivation was not inferior to the inheritance left by Zhang Langzi. How could Xiao Hua not be grateful? However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, Dou Shanjun waved his hand and stopped Xiao Hua from bowing. He said lightly, "This old man doesn't intend to teach you anything. You don't have to say this in front of this old man. This old man just thinks that you are a promising talent. Now that the hidden immortal continent is declining, this old man can help as much as he can. Although Senior has such a simple idea, Senior doesn't dare to accept it so easily." Xiao Hua shook his head and insisted, "Senior, please accept Junior's bow." Xiao Hua didn't use his spiritual power, he just simply bowed. "There's no need for that." Dou Shanjun also insisted, "I think you also know that this old man is just making a deal with you. All of this is for this old man to get more in the future." "Yes, this Junior understands." Seeing this, Xiao Hua had to get up and said, "Junior can promise Senior here that as long as it's not something that offends the heavens and reason, Junior can help Senior." Ah. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Dou Shanjun interrupted him in astonishment. He even asked with a little dumbfounded, What did you say?" "As long as it's not something that offends the heavens and reason, you will help this old man." Xiao Hua nodded and said righteously, "Yes, this Junior is a principled cultivator of the Tao sect. This Junior can be selfish, can be greedy, can plot against others, but there is one thing that this Junior will never do, and that is not something that offends the heavens and reason. If Senior wants to make a deal with this Junior, then Senior should take back these things. Even if this Junior accepts them, he will never make a deal with Senior in the future." Looks like this old man's things from before are gone forever." Dou Shanjun's face turned cold as he said in a low voice. Seeing that Dou Shanjun was angry, Xiao Hua felt a little regretful in his heart. He felt that he shouldn't have accepted them just now and acted according to the circumstances in the future. But he thought for a moment. Dou Shanjun was so powerful, even if he cultivated for another 1,000 years, it would probably be difficult for him to be a match. Instead of making things difficult for him in the future, he might as well make a decision now. However, Xiao Hua also understood in his heart that he was gambling right now, gambling that Dou Shanjun wasn't the kind of person he thought. Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and nodded, "This Junior has already cultivated the cultivation technique Senior bestowed. If Senior wants to take back Mo Yuntang and the other things, this Junior will give them to Senior right away. But Senior didn't say what you wanted this Junior to do that day, so this Junior can't be considered to have broken the contract." Chapter 3955. Still stubborn. Dou Shanjun looked at Xiao Hua, who was a little rascal but still had some backbone. He was both angry and amused. With a wave of his hand, he threw Mo Yuntang and the Qinquan bag into Xiao Hua's arms. He said, "This old man wants to do something outrageous. Why would I need your help? In the 3 continents, there are only a few people who can stop this old man. As long as it's not an outrageous thing, this Junior can help Senior." Xiao Hua took the things with a smile and sent them into the space. Even if Dou Shanjun wanted to take them back, he was afraid that he couldn't. "Let's talk about helping later." Dou Shanjun sighed, "Your cultivation is still not enough. If I say it now, it will mess up your cultivation. Senior's matter, this Junior is really curious." Xiao Hua was really puzzled. His realm had already reached the spirit-severing stage, which was already considered good among the Tao cultivators of the hidden immortal continent, but in Dou Shanjun's eyes, he was still not good enough. He really couldn't think of what Dou Shanjun wanted him to help with. "Alas, in the past, there was also a Tao cultivator like you, who also thanked me like this. He knew how to conduct himself better than you, and he kowtowed to this old man, but in the end. Do Shanjun looked at Xiaohua and sighed. This old man still ended up with nothing. Xiaohua's heart moved. He seemed to understand something, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He smiled and said, "This junior is a casual person. I didn't expect that I was right not to insist today." "Yes." Do Shanjun nodded, "You were right not to be too attentive today." With that, Do Shanjun shook his hand again and took out a 1-foot-long jade ruler from his sleeve. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, "This thing is called the Thunder Ruler, and it records the thunder cultivation method of 10,000 thunderbolts. This old man sees that you have a 3-legged cat's thunder cultivation method, so this thing is also given to you. Remember, heavenly thunder is the power of heaven and earth. If you are not completely loyal and have a clear conscience, you can't cultivate it. Your character seems to be more upright than this old man, so this thunder cultivation method is just right for you. Moreover, you must practice well. This thunder cultivation method is related to what this old man needs your help in the future." Ah! Xiaohua was simply wild with joy. He almost blurted out, "Senior, this junior hasn't bowed at all. Why are you being so courteous?" "Humph." Do Shanjun flicked his finger and the thunder ruler turned into a bolt of lightning that fell into Xiaohua's arms. The moment the lightning touched Xiaohua's Daoist robe, it immediately converged. It was enough to show that Do Shanjun's magic had reached the realm of being able to release and withdraw at will. This time, Xiaohua wasn't polite. He stretched out his hand and took the lightning ruler into his space several times faster than the lightning ruler. Then, he rubbed his palms together with all his strength. He seemed to be very excited. "Do you feel like you've taken advantage of me?" Do Shanjun snappily glared at Xiaohua. Hee, that's right. Junior wanted to see if there was anything good in the auction. But I didn't expect that before the auction even started, I would meet a lucky star like Senior. The things that Senior bestowed upon me are things that I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Tell me, how can this junior not be excited?" Xiaohua spoke the truth. Auction house. When Do Shanjun heard this, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Were you the one behind the Yazi auction house?" "Yes, Senior." Xiaohua knew that he couldn't hide it from Do Shanjun, so he admitted it very quickly. Do Shanjun didn't understand and asked, "Why didn't you stay in Yuzhou and think about how to avoid the expedition of the Immortal Palace? Why did you come to Yuling Bay to pick a fight with the North Sea Dragon Palace?" "Senior, Junior can't compare to you. How could I dare to pick a fight with the North Sea Dragon Palace?" Xiaohua smiled apologetically and explained the origin of the matter in a simple manner. When Do Shanjun heard this, he nodded his head and said, "If that's the case, then it is in line with your character of being a good person. Xiao Jian schemed against Yuanya, you should be helping him get rid of the karma." Sigh, that's right. Junior is a good person. Xiaohua smacked his lips and told him about the matter of Jiang Xing misunderstanding him. Do Shanjun waved his hand helplessly and said, "The matters of the 3 rivers and 4 seas are the matters of the sea race. Even the Dragon Island doesn't pay much attention to it. Why are you getting involved without any reason? Their bones are broken but their tendons are still connected. The karma entanglement within is disorderly. No one can understand it clearly." At this point, Do Shanjun suddenly thought of something. He closed his eyes for a moment and said, "In room 7, there seems to be a dragon from the Heavenly Abode River. If you want to explain clearly and help your disciple tie this red string, you might as well go and take a look." "Forget it." Xiaohua waved his hand, "They almost sold me. Junior still wants to count copper coins for them. Do as you wish." Do Shanjun waved his hand and stood up, "I have stayed here for too long. I am afraid that it will cause misunderstandings. Oh, that Star Moon Palace will appear in 300 years. You have to hurry up and cultivate. If there is a chance to enter, it will be beneficial for you and me. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua nodded. Junior will definitely work hard to cultivate. You are on your own. Your cultivation method is too complicated. I hope that the Thunderbolt can suppress these cultivation methods. Dou Shanjun waved his hand and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly said, Senior, back then, did you see that Junior knew how to attract lightning, so you, hee. Who would have thought that Dou Shanjun would not answer him at all? He raised his hand and grabbed, and several rays of light fell into his hand. He muttered as he slowly walked out of Xiaohua's pavilion. Seeing Dou Shanjun's figure disappear, Xiaohua could not help but laugh loudly. His entire body turned into a ball and flew into the air. He somersaulted a dozen times in the air before floating down. He let out a long breath and shouted, Damn it, this is too refreshing. The Crimson Infant Technique, this is not a cultivation method that can exist in the cultivation world. Thunderbolt, this is a complete lightning cultivation method. Even if the lightning element technique of the Imperial Thunder sect is not lost, it cannot be compared to this. This is a cultivation method that I cannot imagine. Today's auction was really worth it. Immediately, Xiaohua sat down and his mind entered the space. At this time, the green-robed Xiaohua also threw his job of teaching disciples to the side. He was holding the Thunder Ruler in his hand. On top of the Thunder Ruler, there were thin streaks of lightning that flowed into his hand. The green-robed Xiaohua's body was also surging with lightning. His entire body seemed to have turned into lightning. Waves of indescribable enlightenment came from the green-robed Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. His two eyes also turned into lightning. This lightning first trembled, then blurred and overlapped. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4. In just a moment, small lightning streaks came out from Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes and fell on his face and robe. Moreover, these lightning streaks seemed to have spirituality as they rushed into the air and formed a huge lightning bolt that fell on the immortal beheading platform. Rumble. The immortal beheading platform flashed with lightning and invisible waves spread in all directions. At the same time, another lightning bolt came out from the immortal beheading platform and fell on Jade Archive Xiaohua's body. The two lightning bolts seemed to form a cycle that flowed in circles. A moment later, Xiaohua's body emitted the sound of thunder and lightning. Xiaohua's figure flickered and rushed to the front of the green-robed Xiaohua. He raised his hand and grabbed a lightning talisman and placed it on the green-robed Xiaohua's body. Rumble. A thunderous sound came out from the green-robed Xiaohua's body. More lightning runes came out from his body and rushed along the lightning towards the immortal beheading platform. So that's how it is. Jade Archive Xiaohua's body fell outside the lightning cycle. He looked at the runes and thoughtfully said, This lightning cultivation is not something an ordinary cultivator can cultivate. Not only does one have to have a straight and irreplaceable mind, but one also has to have a tough body. Presumably, Senior Du has already noticed that I's body is different, so he thought of teaching me. This Senior Du, what kind of person is he? His cultivation is so high that it can scare people to death. I almost lost my secret in front of him. The unstoppable thunderbolt is cultivated by fellow Daoist in green robes. This Scarlet Infant technique is equally important. It seems that only I can comprehend and cultivate it myself. As Jade Archive Xiaohua muttered to himself, he raised his hand and the ink eye fell into his hand. A clear light flashed from Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes, and the ink eye gradually turned into nothingness. However, it was only a moment before a solemn expression appeared on Jade Archive Xiaohua's face again. Moreover, there was an inconceivable expression mixed with this solemn expression. Not knowing how much time had passed, Jade Archive Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. His figure shook as he came out of the space. When his mind returned to its original position, Xiaohua opened his eyes. He saw the pretty Xiao Yi carefully standing at the side. She asked in a low voice, "Spiritual Master, there will be a bid for refining materials soon." Xiaohua nodded. "This old man knows. You can leave now." "Yes, Senior." Xiao Yi didn't dare to say more. The auction had been going on for a while, but Xiaohua hadn't bid. He hadn't even opened the window of the pavilion. Zhong Qiao was afraid that there would be a change in the pavilion, so she forced Xiao Yi to break in and wake Xiaohua up. Xiao Yi woke Xiaohua up with trepidation, fearing that Xiaohua would be angry. Now that Xiaohua didn't pursue the matter, how could she not tactfully leave? "Oh, wait," Xiaohua said. Xiao Yi was startled. Her body trembled slightly as she turned around and asked, "Senior, do you have any other orders?" "Take this spirit fruit." Xiaohua pointed at the spirit fruit and smiled. "This old man hasn't eaten it yet. You can use it." Many thanks, Senior." Xiao Yi was overjoyed. She quickly walked over and took the jade plates, then respectfully bowed and left. After Xiao Yi left, Xiaohua raised his hand and patted the air. The window on the wall opened, revealing a huge auction hall. It wasn't much different from the auction hall in the Copper Pillar country. Fellow immortals. A tall and handsome Confucian cultivator held a folding fan in his hand and pointed at an inkstone-like imperial tool. He said, "If no one bids, this inkstone-like imperial tool will be this fellow immortal's." After waiting for a while, no one spoke. The Confucian cultivator tapped the folding fan in his hand and the imperial equipment disappeared. Then, in front of the window sill opposite Xiaohua, a disc as smooth as a mirror suddenly appeared. The imperial equipment was placed inside the disc. From the window sill, a white and tender arm, like a lotus root, stretched out. Two slender fingers took the imperial equipment and placed a chinquan pouch on top of the disc. Only then did the disc disappear. Chapter 3956. Alright, the Buddhist, imperial, and demon artifacts have all been auctioned. Next is a batch of Taoist magic treasures. The Confucian cultivator paused for a moment, and a strange expression appeared on his face. However, these magic treasures are different from the magic treasures of ordinary auctions. They were obtained by the merfolk of the North Sea by chance on a deserted island. After being appraised by our star-plucking tower's consecrator, they should be used by ancient cultivators. Fellow immortal Feng, is this true? Ancient Taoist magic treasures, a loud voice cried out in shock. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng shrugged and smiled. "I am not a Taoist cultivator, so how would I know if these magic treasures were used by ancient cultivators? However, this jade eye says so. Even if fellow immortal doesn't believe me, you have to believe our star-plucking tower's consecrator, right? Quickly, let us see." A few impatient Confucian cultivators began to shout. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient." The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng raised his hand and took out 4 or 5 magic treasures of different appearances from his chenkuan bag. As these magic treasures fell into the air, everyone's eyes lit up. These 5 magic treasures were simple and unadorned. A layer of light that could be seen with the naked eye faintly protected these magic treasures. Within the light, strands of runes faintly flickered, showing how precious these magic treasures were. Fellow immortals. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng raised his hand and grabbed the magic treasure closest to him. A scarlet brilliance of several feet shot out from the magic treasure as if it wanted to burn the surrounding space. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng introduced, "This magic treasure is called the leaf fire pestle. There is an ancient leaf fire formation inside. Under the activation of magic power, 3 layers of fire formations will be created. As for the specific power, I don't dare to speak carelessly. Fellow Taoist will know after bidding for it and refining it." At this point, the Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng hesitated for a moment and seemed to quietly open his mouth. However, his voice once again echoed throughout the auction hall. "That's right, I won't tell ordinary people. This magic treasure is suitable for Taoist cultivators of the 5th grade and above. If fellow immortal is only at the 3rd or 4th grade, it's best not to bid." See. In an instant, the entire auction hall was deathly silent. Even Xiao Hua, who had just opened the window and hadn't said a word, was stunned. Damn it, Yuling Bei is indeed Yuling Bei. They even dare to bid for a magic treasure used by a 5th grade essence energy Dao cultivator. That is to say, there are Daoist experts at the 5th grade of essence energy and above in this auction. Xiao Hua thought to himself in surprise. But it was only for an instant, and Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily again. Not to mention himself, even Do Shanjun was also in the bidding hall. 5th grade origin energy, what did it count for? How do you bid for this item? A slightly hoarse voice broke the silence. 1 million top-grade primal stones. The scholar surnamed Feng replied without hesitation. All right, this old man offers 1 million. The hoarse voice cried out, his tone full of urgency. 1,100,000. Another voice called out before the first voice could even finish its sentence. 2 million. Damn it, Yuling Bei is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Xiao Hua listened to several different voices and inwardly cursed. Normally, even a single nascent soul cultivator is rare, but today, so many appeared all of a sudden. No wonder the people of the Immortal Palace came here. Not long after, the price of the leaf fire pestle had already reached 2.4 million high-grade primal stones. In the current hidden immortal continent, it was difficult to find traces of cultivators at the 5th grade of essence energy and above. However, what was even rarer than cultivators were ancient magic treasures like the leaf fire pestle, so 2.4 million top-grade primal stones was normal. Another cultivator raised the price a few more times, and finally, the leaf fire pestle was bought by an unknown Daoist cultivator for 2.7 million top-grade primal stones. Subsequently, the Jade Water Toad, Yearning Soul Entanglement, Dragon Crouching Pillar, Heaven Shaking Sword, and other magic treasures were also bought by unknown cultivators for around 3 million top-grade primal stones. Finally, the scholar surnamed Feng pointed at 2 items that looked like rings and said, "Finally, these 2 magic treasures should be a pair," so they were put together in the bidding. What I want to say is that this magic treasure's effect is extremely special, and it may not be used in ordinary places. Moreover, whether it is Daoist magic power or Confucian true qi, they can all be used. Seeing that the scholar surnamed Feng only mentioned the appearance of the magic treasure but not its name, the group of human cultivators secretly laughed and didn't speak. Sure enough, after the scholar surnamed Feng said a few more words, a sea race couldn't help but shout, "Hey brat, what is this thing? You've been talking for half a day, how come I don't understand?" "Huh, are you stupid?" A human voice laughed loudly. "Brat Feng talked for half a day just to tell us that this magic treasure is a real treasure, and ordinary cultivators shouldn't covet it. I can tell you that if Brat Feng doesn't have 1 million primal stones per word, you can twist my head off. Hee, this senior is going too far with his words. The scholar surnamed Fong smiled and said, Junior's words only cost 700,000 primal stones, how can it reach 1 million? Bullshit. Quickly tell us what this thing is. The sea race shouted. The scholar surnamed Fong wasn't angry at all, and he pointed at the 2 rings and said with a smile, this thing is called the Heaven Wing Spectroscope, that thing is called the Earth Wing Spectroscope. These 2 treasures put together are called the 2-wing spectroscope. What bullshit thing is this? What's the use of it? The sea race was stunned, and Xiao Hua stood up from his seat in surprise and couldn't help but walk to the window. The scholar surnamed Fong said again, this magic treasure is refined with the polar magnetic rays, so it has no use in ordinary places. It can only be used inside the polar magnetic rays, and it can be used to control the polar magnetic rays. Boom. When the scholar surnamed Fong said this, the human race cultivators who knew about the polar magnetic rays were in an uproar. No one thought that the incomparably powerful polar magnetic rays could be controlled through magic treasures, so someone couldn't help but shout, fellow immortal Fong, you just said 6 words, right? Could it be that this 2-wing spectroscope has a price of 2 million primal stones? That's right. The scholar surnamed Fong nodded and said, the last ancient Tao magic treasure, the 2-wing spectroscope, has a price of 5 million primal stones. Fellow immortal can bid if you like it. For 5 million primal stones, this old man wants it. Just as the scholar surnamed Feng's voice fell, someone immediately shouted. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, and his ears heard the bids of others. He took a deep breath and shouted, 10 million primal stones. Whoosh! The entire auction hall instantly became deathly silent, even faster than before. The scholar surnamed Fong looked at the window that hadn't appeared before in disbelief, and said with a trembling voice, Senior has bid 10 million primal stones. Nonsense. Xiao Hua said coldly, who else wants to bid with this old man? Xiao Hua's voice was extremely cold, and it even contained soul cultivation soul techniques, which carried an indescribable threat in the ears of others. Is there anyone else who wants to bid with Senior? The scholar surnamed Feng's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked. Granny, 10 million primal stones, how many cultivators can afford it? An almost inaudible voice came from the corner. Seeing this, the scholar surnamed Fong didn't dare to be long-winded. He waved the folding fan in his hand and said, okay, this item is Senior's. Seeing the 2-wing spectroscope disappear in front of the scholar surnamed Fong and land in his window, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and immediately put it into the space. Then he let out a long sigh. Don't be fooled by his calm expression, his heart was clenched. After all, the 2-wing spectroscope was a magic treasure that he had coveted for several hundred years. Seeing that he was about to bid for it, it would be strange if he didn't bid for Zhang Kai. Moreover, he was also afraid that someone would bid, so he directly bid 10 million primal stones, frightening many cultivators who wanted to bid. However, it was fortunate that the immortal envoys from the immortal palace who opposed him weren't here, otherwise his trick might not have succeeded. After putting away the 2-wing spectroscope, Xiao Hua calmly placed a Qinkuan pouch on the disc in front of the window sill, and then hid in the pavilion without saying anything. Cough cough. The scholar surnamed Fong checked the Qinkuan pouch, and his face was filled with ecstasy. He said with a smile, many thanks for Senior support. This is the highest bid in this auction. If fellow immortal can't surpass it in the future, my star-picking tower will give fellow immortal a small surprise. Alright, next up is the beast slaves. The scholar surnamed Fong put away the Qinkuan pouch, and the clouds beneath his feet moved. Several cracks appeared on both sides of the auction hall, and dozens of demonic beasts wearing chains inscribed with runes walked out from the cracks. Some of these demonic beasts were directly captured from the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, some were sold to my star-picking tower by the demonic beasts, and some were eliminated from the arena. The scholar surnamed Feng explained, however, fellow immortals, please don't worry. These demonic beasts have all been implanted with beast-slave talismans. After a fellow immortal bids, as long as he controls the talisman, he can control the demonic beast's life and death. Moreover, this beast-slave talisman was refined by an expert, so there definitely won't be any signs of backlash. Xiaohua hid in the window, coldly watching the demonic beast's bidding. His heart was a bit confused, and there was an indescribable feeling in it. He looked at the humans in the auction hall, who were very excited. One by one, they enthusiastically bid for the beast slaves, and the atmosphere reached a climax. I understand now. As he watched the beast slaves being put into the Qinquan bracelet by their masters, Xiaohua suddenly realized something. No wonder the Sea clan of the Grotto Heaven River came to the Star-Picking Tower's auction hall. It turns out that they want to win here. Or perhaps they want to bid for a Yazi Arena's beast to test the Yazi Arena's strength. Then, Xiaohua looked at the surrounding windows. These windows were all protected by essence arrays, so Xiaohua's spiritual force could not penetrate them. He also could not tell which of the Sea clan of the Grotto Heaven River belonged to. Perhaps I should pay them a visit. Xiaohua's heart wavered, just as Do Shanjun had expected. At this moment, the scholar surnamed Feng said, "Next up is a batch of materials for refining tools. Fellow immortals, if any of you are interested, you can bid." Soon after, the person in charge of the auction reported the quantity and type of materials. There were many materials that could be used to construct lightning boats and teleportation formations. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and started bidding. Chapter 3957. Xiaohua bought the majority of the materials in the auction in one go. Coupled with the fact that he had enough primeval stones in the space, he bought the majority of the materials in one go. Xiaohua's big spending surprised many of the humans and monsters who were participating in the auction. They whispered to each other and tried to guess who Xiaohua was. After all, the current Xiaohua was completely different from the Xiaohua of the stargazing tower. He had the bearing of a great master, and the aura of a saint inside and a monarch outside was brewing. How could his tone be the same as before? Even if Zhu Qing was by his side, she wouldn't be able to see Xiaohua's true face. After buying enough materials, Xiaohua had nothing to worry about in this auction. He thought for a moment and pulled Lu Yi out of the space. Lu Yi had obviously heard what Yuanya said. When he saw Xiaohua, he respectfully saluted and asked, "Master, is Xiao Yun in danger?" Although Yuanya didn't know much, Jiang Xing's appearance in the space was enough for Lu Yi to guess a lot. Xiaohua was glad that he let Lu Yi out. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what Lu Yi was thinking in the space. Xiao Yun should be fine. The one who is in trouble is Jiang Xing. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment, then explained the ins and outs of the matter. When Lu Yi heard that Xiao Yun wasn't in danger, he smiled and said, "That's good. Disciple is only worried about Xiao Yun's safety. Disciple doesn't care about the heavenly abode river." Jiang Sheng and the other sea races flooded the longevity town. Even if they were eaten by the barbarians, Disciple would still ask for a few skewers to eat. Xiaohua smiled and glared at Lu Yi. "Master still wants you to show off in front of the heavenly abode river and deepen their impression of you. But you want to eat dragon meat. How can Master let you go?" Hee. Lu Yi smiled and replied, "Master, Disciple knows what you're thinking." However, in the eyes of the sea races of the heavenly abode river, revenge and a great undertaking are of great importance. Disciples' cultivation is shallow. I'm only a first or second grade cultivator. How can they put me in their eyes? If Disciple goes there now, other than Xiao Yun, no one will give Disciple a second glance. Rather than give them a bad impression, Disciple might as well not show his face. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Hua nodded. Master was thinking of leading. Oh, I was thinking of letting you all gain experience, but I forgot about this. You should focus on your cultivation. When you are able to stand proudly among the hidden immortals, there is no need for you to look for others. Even the dragons of the heavenly abode river might come knocking on your door. Master. When Xiao Hua said the word visit, there was a double meaning to it. Lu Yi was a little embarrassed when he heard it and said in a low voice, "This disciple regards Xiao Yun as his own little sister. You shouldn't think too much." Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled and said righteously, "In the future, when this old man has the opportunity, I will also accept Xiao Yun as my disciple." Damn it, fire prevention, theft prevention, senior brother, I want to see how you're going to take care of your little sister. Moss. Master. Lu Yi's face flushed red. He, who had always been clever, didn't know how to answer. Ha! Xiao Hua laughed loudly. How could he not see through Lu Yi's thoughts? Wasn't a youth yearning for love exactly what Lu Yi and the others were thinking? This disciple is going back to cultivate. Lu Yi bowed and said, "I will leave everything to Master." When this disciple reaches the Grand Master realm as soon as possible, I will come to share Master's worries. Ah. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised and said curiously, Grand Master realm. Your requirements are really high. Master will have to wait for you to share his worries. Who knows how long that will take? Hee hee, if this disciple becomes a Grand Master, then won't Master be a Mahayana realm master? Louis pursed his lips and smiled. This disciple is looking forward to that day. Good flattery. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeve and put Lu Yi into the space. He smiled and said, "Go back and cultivate well." After putting Lu Yi away, Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and walked out of the pavilion. When Xiao Yi saw Xiao Hua coming out, she hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior, what's the matter? Take this old man to room 7. This old man is going to visit an old friend." Xiao Hua ordered indifferently. Xiao Yi hurriedly nodded, raised her hand and said, "Senior, please." Outside the pavilion was a corridor, but there was no trace of other people. As Xiao Yi walked for a distance, Xiao Hua felt a faint aura of a yuan ray sweep past. Then, his eyes lit up. Another pretty Xiao Yi came to greet him and said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior. And this old man is here to visit an old friend." Xiao Hua took out a jade eye and wrote 2 words, Jiangxing, in it. He handed it to Xiao Yi and said, "This old man doesn't have a name token, so I will give this to them." "Yes, Senior." Xiao Yi took the jade eye, walked to the door and whispered a few words. Then, a finger stretched out from the door and hooked the jade eye, not allowing Xiao Yi to enter. After waiting for half a cigarette, a layer of inscriptions and clouds flashed in front of the door, and a human figure in a cloak poked his head out. Although the cloak covered the aura of the sea tribe, an unconcealable dragon's breath still passed through, and the 2 little girls trembled under the pressure. "Who are you?" A hoarse voice came from the cloak. It was obviously changed. Xiao Hua raised his hand and saluted. He transmitted his voice, "I am Xiao Hua of Dao sect. The matter of Yazi auction house was done by me." The cloak clearly trembled again, and the tone was somewhat hurried. "You, how did you know I was waiting here?" Xiao Hua smiled. How I know is not a big deal. You don't need to know. You only need to know that I came here alone, and I have nothing to do with the North Sea Dragon Palace. Please. The dragon in the cloak said a rare word. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I am not in a hurry to go in. You discuss with the dragon inside first. Don't wait for me to go in and make a move. At that time, both of us will lose face, and we will attract the attention of Zhai Xinglu. N. Spiritual Master Xiao, please wait a moment. The dragon in the cloak nodded slightly and returned to the room. After a while, the door of the room appeared, and the hoarse voice came from inside. Spiritual Master, please come in. Okay. Xiaohua agreed and stepped into the room. However, in view of Jiangxing's vigilance, Xiaohua did not let down his guard. Sure enough, after entering the room, Xiaohua was greeted by 4 cloaked dragons. Each of them stood at a corner, surrounding Xiaohua in the middle. 4 powerful dragon forces were like big hands clamping Xiaohua in the middle. Xiaohua's body flashed with a faint golden light. He did not deliberately resist and only said, Jiangsheng is in the hands of Bao Bao of Baiyin. If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate. Of course, if Bao Bao handed Jiangxing over to the North Sea Dragon Palace, then it has nothing to do with me. What? How did Jiangxing fall into the hands of Bao Bao? Another slightly shrill voice came. Xiaohua smiled faintly and ignored the murderous dragon force. He walked to a chair and said, What's the point of asking this? If you were late, Jiangsheng might have been roasted by Bao Bao into dragon meat skewers. Of course, I also want to remind you that if Bao Bao and the North Sea Dragon Palace work together to set a trap in Baiyin, don't blame me for not warning you. The 4 dragons whispered to each other and discussed for a moment. 2 of them hurriedly left while the other 2 dragons stood there vigilantly. Xiaohua ate a few spirit fruits and stretched out his finger. 2 spirit fruits flew out and landed in front of the 2 dragons. He smiled and said, My 2 dragon friends, why are you so nervous? I came alone, what are you afraid of? Besides, what happened in the Yazi arena a few days ago, don't you know? Swish. 2 streams of dragon chi swirled in the air, and the 2 dragon fruits turned into powder. A dragon said with a hoarse voice, This old man and the other dragons naturally know about the Yazi auction house. But, as for what exactly happened, I'm not too sure. Oh, I see. Xiaohua understood. He knew everything that happened in the Yazi arena, but the North Sea Dragon Palace did not disclose the details. In particular, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River couldn't find out the details. Otherwise, they wouldn't have prepared to bid for the Yazi arena. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, Please have a seat. Let me tell you the ins and outs of the matter. However, since I'm not afraid of the North Sea Dragon Palace and treat you so honestly, you 2 dragon friends don't have to be so stingy and careful, right? All right. The 2 dragons looked at each other. It was unknown if they could see each other's expression through the cloak. Then, one dragon took off his cloak, and the other did the same. However, the dragon who took off his cloak first walked over and sat beside Xiaohua. The other dragon was still on guard. Xiaohua glanced at the dragon. It still had a ferocious dragon face, no different from Ao Zhan, Ao Qian, and the others he had seen before. However, the 2 snow-white eyebrows above the fist-sized eyes were a little eye-catching. Fellow immortal, your surname is also Jiang, right? Xiaohua probed. The dragon cupped his hands and said, I'm the 3rd elder of the Heavenly Abode River, Jiang Hai. Excuse me, excuse me. So it's the 3rd elder. Xiaohua cupped his hands, but the respect in his tone was limited. We know Daoist Zhao's name, but this is Yuling Bei. We can't be careless, so I have to be careful. Jiang Hai explained politely. Xiaohua smiled and replied, of course, you should be careful. However, being too careful will hurt people's hearts. As he spoke, Xiaohua recounted the whole story. When he reached the part where he threw Jiang Xing into Bai An's hands, the dragon beside him couldn't help but cry out, Spiritual Master Xiao, since you've already rescued Jiang Xing, why throw him into Bai An's hands? You only need to tell him the reason. Isn't that better than anything else? Now that this misunderstanding has been formed, if anything happens to Jiang Xing. Chapter 39:58. Xiaohua replied indifferently, I brought my disciple to the gladiator arena to end my karma with the arena. However, even after this Xiao ended things, the arena still wanted to use this Xiao. Thus, this Xiao decided to go all out and destroy their arena to save my disciple. As for Jiang Xing, I just saw that he was a hero and didn't want him to die in the mouth of the fighting beasts, so I saved him along the way. And I was kind enough to bring him to you. Since he didn't believe me, why would I save him? Besides, if I didn't come to you, he would have died in the hands of the leopard sooner or later. What Jinren Xiao said is. Jiang Hai waved his hand to stop the dragon from speaking. He looked up at the door and said indifferently, it's almost time. Whether or not the North Sea Dragon Palace is ambushing Tao Wu, there should be news coming. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Hai finished speaking, a layer of inscriptions on the door flashed. A cloaked dragon barged in, walked to Jiang Hai's side, and said a few words in the dragon language in a hoarse voice. Naturally, Xiaohua could hear the dragon language clearly. Bai An didn't have the North Sea Dragon Palace's ambush. The two dragons easily rescued Jiang Xing from Bai An, and to Xiaohua's surprise, Jiang Xing didn't suffer much in Bai An. Damn it! Xiaohua understood. Tao Wu's leopards weren't fools. They probably saw the grudge between the North Sea Dragon Palace and the Heavenly Cave River and didn't want to get involved. If the North Sea Dragon Palace had found the Tao Wu, they would have definitely handed Jiang Xing over. But since the North Sea Dragon Palace had not found the Tao Wu, the dragons of Dongtian River would naturally have to hand Jiang Xing over to Dongtian River. Even Xiaohua vaguely guessed why Jiang Xing wanted to lead him and the North Sea Dragon Palace to Tao Wu. Shinren Xiao. Jiang Hai heard the report and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, I thank you on behalf of the dragons of the Heavenly Cave River. Haha, you're welcome. Xiaohua had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Seeing Jiang Hai being so polite, he hurriedly stood up and said, I have a relationship with the dragons of the Heavenly Cave River. At this point, Xiaohua was slightly stunned, because the dragon who came in later pulled off his cloak. It was Jiang Che, who he knew from before, and Jiang Che did not look at him. He only stood silently at the side of Jiang Hai. Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before he understood a little. Jiang Che had revealed some of the secrets of the Heavenly Abode River when he saved him in the Legacy Realm. Presumably, Jiang Che had some considerations and did not tell his clan about his encounter with him. Presumably, Jiang Xing had never heard of his name from Jiang Che's mouth. Yes. Jiang Hai didn't notice Xiaohua's strange expression and said with a smile, Jiang Xing just told me about how he met Daoist Master and how Daoist Master rescued him. He also specially asked this old man to apologize to Daoist Master on his behalf. He misunderstood Daoist Master. Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Jiang Che clearly didn't mention this, but he didn't care. Who knew if Jiang Che had used some secret technique of the dragon race to transmit his voice? Hence, he waved his hand and said, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, why would I blame fellow Immortal Jiang? I hope fellow Immortal Jiang can forgive me for being impulsive. He didn't suffer much. Jiang Hai smiled and said, Daoist Master, please take a seat. My heavenly abode river is deeply grateful that Daoist Master saved Jiangxing. How can my heavenly abode river repay Daoist Master? There's no need. Xiaohua waved his hand and said righteously, this Xiao has never asked for anything in return. Since Jiangxing was still rescued, this Xiao's wish has been fulfilled. This Xiao will return now. Farewell. Daoist Master Xiao. Jiang Hai hurriedly stopped Xiaohua and said, since there's no need for anything in return, just sit for a while. My heavenly abode river clan doesn't have many old friends in the region, and there's no one as warm-hearted as Daoist Master. This old man really wants to make friends with Daoist Master. How could Xiaohua not know what Jiang Hai was thinking? Of course, he didn't want to get involved in the grudge between the heavenly abode river and the dragon palace of the four seas. He smiled and said, no need to be so polite. This Xiao still has to participate in the auction. This old man can also bid here. Why does Daoist Master have to go back? As Jiang Hai spoke, he flicked his dragon claw and the window of the pavilion opened. The clamor of bidding came from outside. Jiang Hai smiled and said, Daoist Master, what do you like? My heavenly abode river can bid for it. I'll give it to you. All right. Xiaohua was helpless and could only stand in front of the window sill. At this time, the auction house was very lively. People were bidding for some items of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Many humans and demons were bidding loudly. After watching for a while, Xiaohua turned and asked, Third Elder, how is Jiang Hong? Jiang Hong. Oh. Jiang Hai was stunned and said in surprise, Daoist Master knows my clan's little princess. Yes, this Xiao knows her. This Xiao's disciple Lu Yi saved your clan's little princess in the Longevity Town. Xiaohua nodded. He's very concerned about Jiang Hong now. Oh, this old man knows. Jiang Hai smiled and said, my clan's little princess has always talked about Brother Lu. However, the Longevity Town is now where the Immortals and Buddhas are fighting. My heavenly abode river dragon clan doesn't dare to go there to search. I didn't expect Brother Lu to become Daoist Master's disciple. Congratulations. Yes, it's really not easy to find a loyal disciple. Xiaohua answered and then said, and this Xiao didn't expect that Xiao Yun has always been concerned about Lu Yi. Sigh. Hearing this, Jiang Hai sighed and said, this old man is embarrassed to tell Daoist Master, but my clan's little princess has now fallen into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace. What? Xiaohua was stunned and almost couldn't believe his ears. How did Xiao Yun fall into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Wasn't that Jiangxing's nonsense to test this Xiao? Jiang Hai smiled bitterly and said, when Jiangxing was captured, my clan's little princess naturally didn't fall into the North Sea Dragon Palace. After that, 4 or 5 days ago, the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon General Ao Xian got the news from somewhere and suddenly attacked the remaining people of my heavenly abode river. My clan's little princess was captured by him and brought to the Feather Spirit Palace. See. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, Ao Xian, are you talking about a few days ago? The one who entered the Feather Spirit Palace covered in blood. Dragon General. This old man doesn't know. This old man wasn't near the Feather Spirit Bay that day. Jiang Hai answered with some hesitation. He didn't know that when Ao Xian returned to the Feather Spirit Palace, Xiaohua was at the entrance of the Feather Spirit Palace. Xiaohua also didn't know that the dragon shell in the hands of the dragon general who entered the Feather Spirit Palace that day was actually Jiang Hong. Damn it, if this old man had known that day, this Xiao would have snatched the dragon shell away no matter what. Xiao Hua was very regretful. Ao Xian was already injured that day. Although Xiao Hua couldn't see through his strength, if he had attacked, Xiao Hua might have succeeded. Today, this old man came to Star Picking Tower to inquire about Jiangxing. More importantly, this old man wants to buy information about the Feather Spirit Palace returning to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Jiang Hai no longer treated Xiao Hua as an outsider and said without hiding anything, there are many dragon arrays in the Feather Spirit Palace. It's not easy for us to make a move, but if we leave the Feather Spirit Palace, we can save the little princess in the North Sea. Save what? Ao Xian doesn't know that you will save her. It must be another big ambush. Xiao Hua poured cold water on Jiang Hai. Sigh, Jiangsheng is different from Jianghong. Jiang Hai sighed. The North Sea Dragon Palace humiliated Jiangxing in the arena. My heavenly abode river can turn a blind eye to it. But the little princess can't. She is the hope of my heavenly abode river, and also the face of my heavenly abode river. At this point, Jiang Hai looked at Xiao Hua and said earnestly, Spiritual Master Xiao, this old man knows that my heavenly abode river owes you a favor. Furthermore, you have a proud character and don't look down on everything in my heavenly abode river. However, this old man hopes that you can help my heavenly abode river on account of the 3 years of friendship between Xiao Yun and Brother Lu. Don't. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, This Xiao is a human cultivator and only has the strength of a 5th grade essence force. How would I dare to get involved in the matters of your dragon race? Sigh, speaking of asking for help. This old man has no choice. Now that my heavenly abode river's sea clan has withered, the number of experts we can use is limited. This old man is willing to ask for help from any human or demon race that can help my heavenly abode river. Jiang Hai sighed and said, not to mention an expert like Spiritual Master Xiao who can play with Ao Jing in the palm of his hand. Damn it. Xiao Hua was speechless. Jiang Hai was right. If he could play with Ao Jing, how could he be a 5th grade essence force cultivator? Moreover, Louis had also said that the Fortune Gate could choose not to get involved in the matters of the Heavenly Abode River, but for Xiao Yun's matter, they had to get involved. At this time, Xiao Hua was feeling a little regretful. If he could go back in time, he would definitely return to the Feather Spirit Palace and kick Ao Xian to death before snatching Long Bei away. Alright, fellow immortals, the next item to be auctioned is a demonic beast race's secret technique. At this time, the voice of the scholar surnamed Feng came from the auction hall. Although the records of this secret technique are incomplete, according to my Star Plucking Tower's consecrators, this secret technique should be a demonic beast race's fake body technique. Fake body technique? What does that mean? A human asked curiously. Is it the Dao sex puppet technique? Are you talking about the puppet soldiers and generals technique of Confucianism? Hehe, the demonic beast race's fake body technique is different from our human race's fake body technique. The scholar surnamed Feng explained, the demonic beast race's fake body technique is more similar to a clone technique. I heard that if one cultivates this fake body technique to the peak, one can cultivate a demonic beast that is exactly the same as oneself. Ah. Doesn't this mean that there are 2 people? That human exclaimed in shock. However, before that human could finish speaking, a demonic beast calmly said, our demonic beast race's cultivation technique has never been written down. The ones that can be written down are also not profound cultivation techniques. Fellow immortal, you've described this fake body technique to be so profound, but this old man doesn't believe you. This old man needs to see this cultivation technique first. My apologies, this cultivation technique is a little special. If fellow immortal believes me, you can bid for it. If not, this little one can't do anything about it. The scholar surnamed Fong smiled and said, this cultivation technique can only be given to the fellow immortal who wins the bid. Chapter 39:59. How many primeval stones? The demons couldn't wait any longer and shouted at the top of their lungs. 20 million primeval stones. Fong shouted. 1 million each time, 30 million. Xiaohua immediately called out as soon as Feng's voice fell. Xiaohua had the same wishful thinking as last time. He wanted to suppress all the demons in one go. Unfortunately, he couldn't get any advantage this time. One of the demons shouted, 31 million, 35 million. Another voice beat Xiaohua to it. 40 million. Xiaohua was about to speak when Jiang Hai hurriedly stopped him. Don't worry, Daoist. Oh. What's wrong? Xiaohua asked curiously. Jiang Hai looked at Xiaohua and smiled. This old man wants to know, Daoist is a human. Why are you bidding for a demon cultivation method? Xiaohua rolled his eyes. This Xiao likes the words of the demon race. I want to use this fake body technique to explain them. Ha! Jiang Hai laughed. He knew that Xiaohua was just fooling him, but he didn't care. He said, the monster race's fake body technique is just an elementary cultivation method of the clone technique. Ordinary humans simply can't cultivate it. And it's just as that demon said. Cultivation methods that can be written in demon characters are not real demon cultivation methods. What's more, this is the holy blood, a high-level cultivation method of the demon race. But since Zhai Xinglu said that this cultivation method is real, it must be 70% real. But to cultivate a fake body with it, I'm afraid it will be difficult. What do you mean, Third Elder? Xiaohua asked anxiously when he heard that the demon race's cultivation method had reached 50 million. Jiang Hai explained calmly, although my heavenly abode river has declined, it is still one of the 3 rivers and 4 seas of the 3 continents. What the dragon race should have, my heavenly abode river has. My heavenly abode river has a dragon cloning technique. It should be complete. Since Daoist saved Jiangxing, this old man is willing to give this cultivation method to you as a token of my heavenly abode river's gratitude. Seeing that the old fox Jiang Hai didn't mention the matter of rescuing Jiang Hong and only talked about the matter of rescuing Jiangxing, how could Xiaohua not know what Jiang Hai was thinking? If he agreed, then he agreed, but how could Xiaohua be that kind of person? Even without this doppelganger technique, Xiaohua would not have given up on helping the heavenly abode river rescue Jiang Hong. Now that he had a doppelganger technique, was it not a pleasant surprise for Xiaohua? This. Xiaohua pretended to hesitate. Jiang Che, go and report to the Great Elder. Tell him to hurry up and invite the totem to thank Daoist Xiao for his help. Jiang Hai saw that there was hope. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered Jiang Che. When Jiang Che saw that Xiaohua didn't expose him, he was happy in his heart. He agreed, looked deeply at Xiaohua, and hurriedly left. All right. Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, since Third Elder is so generous, it would be impolite for this Xiao to refuse. I wonder how Third Elder plans to rescue little Yun. Seeing that Xiaohua had acquiesced, Jiang Hai was also overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, this old man thanks Daoist Xiao for his righteousness. My heavenly abode river dragon clan will remember Daoist Xiao's help in our hearts. He, no need to say those empty words. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, after all, saving little Yun is something that both you and I have to do. Yes, Daoist Xiao is right. Jiang Hai closed the window of the auction house and nodded. This old man has just arrived at Yuling Bay. The North Sea Dragon Palace is such a big force. This old man came to Zhai Xinglu with great difficulty. I haven't received any specific information, so this old man can't have any specific plans. So it's like that. Xiaohua thought for a moment. He didn't know if Jiang Hai was worried about him or if he really didn't have any plans. He said, this Xiao doesn't care about the plans. Once Third Elder has decided on how to proceed, you can come to the Luoyi Merchant Union to inform this Xiao. What do you think? Luoyi Merchant Union. All right. Jiang Hai thought for a moment and nodded. Leave the specific plans to my heavenly abode river. When it's time to act, this old man will send someone to inform Daoist Xiao. Then this Xiao will take his leave first. Xiaohua stood up and cupped his hands to bid farewell. Jiang Hai didn't urge him to stay. After sending Xiaohua off, Jiang Hai stood in the pavilion and looked at the corner of the wall, as if he was in deep thought. After half a cup of tea's time, he said, Jiang Ming, do you think this Daoist Xiao is reliable? Reporting to Elder. Jiang Ming of the Dragon Clan, who remained in the pavilion, almost didn't think about it and said, I feel that this Xiaohua is a person of character. Everything he said came from the bottom of his heart, and he didn't hide his thoughts in the slightest. Jiang Hai shook his head slightly and sighed. If it was a demon, this old man would have trusted him long ago. But the human race is fickle. This old man doesn't dare to trust Xiaohua too much. But Jiang Ming didn't understand. Daoist Xiao saved Jiangxing, and Jiangxing said it himself. That's the problem. Jiang Hai explained, this Daoist Xiao is really merciful and kind. Even the Thunder Temple's Virokana can't compare to him. Is there such a human in this world? It seems. I haven't seen it either. Jiang Ming shook his head slightly, then asked, then why did Elder invite Xiaohua to save the little princess? From the bottom of my heart, this old man doesn't trust Xiaohua. Jiang Hai seemed to be explaining to Jiang Ming, but it felt like he was convincing himself. But from the little princess's memories, this Xiaohua seems to be a good person. Moreover, when Jiangxing flooded Longevity Town, Xiaohua was also there. He shouldn't have any connection with the North Sea Dragon Palace. Also, this old man feels that Xiaohua's cultivation is definitely not as simple as he showed. If he helps Heavenly Abode River, the effect will be no small matter. Third Elder, if Xiaohua is in cahoots with the North Sea Dragon Palace, then we're in big trouble. Jiang Ming voiced out Jiang Hai's doubts. Sigh, that's right. What's false and what's real and what's false? Who knows what's real and what's false? Jiang Hai obviously didn't have much confidence in Xiaohua. At this moment, Jiang Che came back from outside and explained his situation in a low voice. Then, he looked at Jiang Hai's hesitant expression, thought for a moment, and said, I'll let Third Elder know. I previously hid some things, but now that Xiaohua has appeared, I feel that it's better to make things clear. Oh, what are you hiding now? Are these things related to Xiaohua? Jiang Hai was a little dumbfounded and hurriedly asked. Jiang Che knew that after Xiaohua's appearance, his matter in the legacy world had become an airtight wall. Jiang Hai and the other dragons would definitely know about it no matter what he said earlier or later. Therefore, he told Jiang Hai about his matter in the legacy world. Jiang Hai was dumbfounded. Jiang Che, why didn't you say so earlier? I think Xiaohua is just a Dao sect cultivator. Since he knows the little princess, and the Lu Yi he mentioned was also mentioned by the little princess, he shouldn't go against Heavenly Abode River. The problem is, he's also friends with Ao Zhan. What kind of dragon general is Ao Zhan? The other dragons don't know, but don't you know? But he saved me and Jiang Xing, and when he saved Jiang Xing, he even mentioned my name. Jiang Che said confidently, I think this Xiao Hua should be reliable. Humph, that's right. He didn't expose you just now, so you naturally think he's reliable. Jiang Ming sneered. Not to mention me, even if Jiang Xing was here, he would say the same thing. Jiang Che retorted without hesitation. At this moment, Xiao Yi whispered from outside, reporting to Senior, someone is here with a name card, Shu. Jiang Hai waved his hand and said, be quiet, there seems to be news coming. Following Jiang Xing's instructions, Jiang Ming and Jiang Che raised their dragon claws and covered their cloaks. After a while, there was no trace of the Heavenly Abode River Dragon clan in the pavilion. Then, a figure in the same black robe walked into the pavilion. Xiao Hua returned to his own pavilion, frowning as he looked out the window. At this moment, Zhai Xinglu had taken out another demon weapon. Many demons were competing for it, and the sounds of bidding were ear-piercing. Xiao Hua's gaze was a little unfocused, and his mind was racing. He had encountered many things at Zhai Xinglu today, and he had gained a lot, but, after these gains, he had to face another great danger. Let's not talk about what Dou Shanjun wanted Xiao Hua to do. It definitely wasn't that simple. Xiao Hua's current cultivation hadn't even reached Dou Shanjun's requirements. Xiao Hua was too lazy to guess what this matter was. Then there was the matter of Heavenly Abode River. Xiao Hua still couldn't avoid provoking the North Sea Dragon Palace and rescuing Dragon Lady Jianghong. Regarding this matter, Xiao Hua's heart was a bit uneasy. Previously, he had already felt fear in his heart, and felt that he would encounter an unprecedented danger. He used to think that it was the Immortal Palace's anger, but after Zhu Cheng's explanation, the Murong family's attitude, and Dou Shanjun's analysis, Xiao Hua knew that the Immortal Palace would not do anything to him for the time being. There was no need for the Immortal Palace to delay the important war between immortals and Buddhas for a small character like him. This meant that the North Sea Dragon Palace or Dragon Island might be the source of the danger that Xiao Hua would face. I always feel like I'm not in control. Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze from the auction house and smiled bitterly to himself. It's troublesome to have too many disciples. If it weren't for Lu Yi, I definitely wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But Xiao Hua beamed with joy. The Heavenly Abode River's foundation is really powerful. They even have a doppelganger technique. If I succeed in cultivating this doppelganger technique, won't I have a few more helpers? Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment. Seeing that there were no more suitable things to bid at Zhai Xinglu, he simply walked out of the pavilion. Xiao Yi, who was outside the door, hurried forward and asked, Senior, which room are you going to visit? I'm not going. Xiao Hua smiled. I've already bid for something suitable and am ready to go back. I wonder if I can leave at any time during this auction. Chapter 3960. Of course. Xiao Yi smiled and said, Senior can leave at any time. However, the auction hasn't ended yet. It seems that there are many rare treasures that haven't appeared yet. Senior, don't you want to take a look? Moreover, the sea wind is very strong right now. I'm afraid it will take an hour for it to gradually decrease. No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand. I'll go back now. Take me out. Yes, Senior, this way please. Xiao Yi didn't dare to urge him to stay any longer. She twisted her waist and sent Xiao Hua to the door of Zhai Xinglu. Just as Xiao Yi had said, although Zhai Xinglu was protected by an essence formation, an earth-shattering tremor came from the essence formation. A wave that made one's heart tremble also penetrated the essence formation. Looking outside the gatehouse, the sky and earth were completely dark. It was impossible to see the outline of Yuling Bay from before. Occasionally, a gust of wind whistled past like a horned dragon, pulling at the gray wind, but no sound was heard. The group of young Confucian scholars waiting at the gate saw Xiao Hua come out and saw Xiao Yi's signal. They hurriedly bowed and said in unison, "Junior respectfully sends Senior off, and, you've all worked hard." Xiao Hua nodded. He waved his hand and took out a few origin stones and gave them to Xiao Yi. He said, "Keep half for yourself. Give the rest to these people." Xiao Yi was ecstatic. She hurriedly took it and bowed. "Thank you, spiritual master Xiao." However, when she raised her head, Xiao Hua's figure had already disappeared. Only the origin array in front of the gate had some faint fluctuations, swaying with the brilliance. When Xiao Hua exited Zhai Xinglu, the entire world was filled with whistling winds. Moreover, amidst the omnipresent sound of the wind, the rumbling of the waves was also incessant. Usually, when there was wind, the sky was mostly clean. The strong wind would tear the clouds apart. However, the storm in Yuling Bay was different. The entire sky was covered with red clouds. These clouds were fiercely tumbling like the sea border of the North Sea. Although some clouds were torn apart from time to time, they were covered by other clouds in a moment. Xiao Hua released his divine sense. He was surprised to find that this strong wind could actually tear apart divine sense. However, Xiao Hua was only looking for the continuous merchant alliance, so he didn't really need to experience the power of this gale. After finding the Yi mansion, Xiao Hua's figure turned into a rainbow and flew inside. However, before Xiao Hua's figure could land, an overwhelming qi surged from the distance. A man dressed in tight clothes stepped on clouds and very strangely blocked Xiao Hua's path. "Oh. Who are you?" Xiao Hua sensed the man's presence the moment he appeared. When the man revealed himself, Xiao Hua also stopped vigilantly and asked in an indifferent tone. The man did not answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, his eyes flashed with a faint golden light, as if he was using some kind of eye-clearing technique. He looked at Xiao Hua for a moment and asked in return, "You are Xiao Hua of Taoism?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said with a nod, "That's right. I am Dao sect Xiao Hua. May I know why Your Excellency is stopping by? Have you participated in the Yazi auction house's auction before?" The man asked abruptly. Xiao Hua's heart stirred, and he nodded and said, "Of course this Xiao has participated." What did you bid for?" Xiao Hua smiled and raised his head to look at the sea breeze. He said, "Your Excellency is really in a good mood. In such terrible weather, you actually stopped this Xiao here. Do you want to ask this Xiao what I bid for in the Yazi auction house?" "That's right." The man said coldly, "You have to answer honestly, otherwise." As the man spoke, the gale around 100 feet to the left suddenly quieted down. Lines of twisted marble-like stripes appeared in the void. Between those stripes, thumb-sized inscriptions flickered and jumped out from time to time. Sigh. Xiao Hua glanced inside. If this Xiao could bid for good things in the Yazi auction house, would I still be able to participate in the auction at Zhai Xinglu? This Xiao bought a Daoist magic tool in the Yazi auction house. Unfortunately, this magic tool was not as powerful as that old turtle shell said, and it was even a bit damaged. This Xiao was afraid of attracting the attention of the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace, so I left the auction house halfway. When this Xiao discovered that the magic tool was not suitable and was about to go to the Yazi auction house to argue, a big accident happened there. This Xiao naturally did not dare to offend the North Sea Dragon Palace at this time, so I came to Zhai Xinglu to bid. However, there are many Daoist cultivators in Zhai Xinglu, and this Xiao did not find any suitable. Can you let me see the magic tool you bid for in the Yazi auction house? The man did not wait for Xiao Hua to finish and asked. Of course. Xiao Hua generously took out a magic tool that he had previously bought in Zhai Xinglu and handed it to the man. The man took the magic tool and seemed to casually ask, "How many sea crystals is this?" Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that this man might take the magic tool to the Yazi auction house and ask about it. If he asked this question, he would definitely be exposed. Killing intent unconsciously rose in his heart. However, in an instant, Xiao Hua changed his mind. He did not think that this man would really go to the Yazi auction house. After all, the North Sea Dragon Palace was currently looking for the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace, so this man would not go and cause trouble. Moreover, Xiao Hua did not think that after his lie was exposed, this man would associate him with the cultivator who had bid for the nascent soul with him. Thus, Xiao Hua extinguished his killing intent and said with a smile, "What? Did fellow immortal miss out on this magic tool? How about this, if fellow immortal is willing, this Xiao will sell this magic tool to fellow immortal for 490,000 sea crystals. This magic tool is worth 490,000 sea crystals." The man took the magic tool and his eyes flashed. He clearly looked at the magic tool and then raised his head and sneered. "Fellow immortal." Xiao Hua opened his mouth again and was about to lower the price. However, before he could say anything, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He changed his tone and said, "This is a real Dao magic tool from the Yazi auction house. It's just that this Xiao's magic power is not very good. If fellow immortal does not want it, then give it back to this Xiao." The man hesitated. His thoughts were similar to Xiao Hua's guess. He wanted to bargain with Xiao Hua a few times to see if it was similar to the time he had bid in the Yazi auction house. However, Xiao Hua did not take the bait. As for whether this magic tool was from the Yazi auction house, he really did not pay attention. The man thought for a moment and asked, "Is 300,000 sea crystals enough? Fellow immortal, please let this Xiao go." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This magic tool consumed most of the primeval stones in this Xiao's Qianquan bag. Although it is not very convenient, it can still be used. If fellow immortal takes this magic tool for 300,000 sea crystals, this Xiao will not only have wasted a trip to Yuling Bay, but also lost hundreds of thousands of sea crystals. Wouldn't this Xiao be a real fool? Moreover, what does fellow immortal want this magic tool for? If fellow immortal wants it, you should go to the star-picking tower to bid. Right now, the auction is not over yet. There are still many good things left." As Xiao Hua spoke, his eyes never left the magic tool in the man's hand. Magic power even surged around his body, as if guarding against the man's sudden departure. "Humph, don't be nervous. What do I want this magic tool for?" The man snorted coldly and said, "I just want to ask you a few questions." "Fellow immortal, please speak." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "However, fellow immortal, please return the magic tool to this Xiao first." The man was about to speak, but he saw another eye-clearing technique sweep past the mountain where the star-picking tower was located. It seemed to be looking at other places in Yuling Bay. Inscriptions surged around the man's body. His figure was hidden in the wind, and he hurriedly flew in the direction of the star-picking tower. "Io, my magic tool." Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly cried out, "Woo!" When the man flew away, the restriction shrouding the area disappeared again. A fierce wind poured in, blowing on Xiao Hua's body. The magic tool also fell in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Hee hee. Xiaohua smiled and reached out to grab the magic tool. His figure swayed, and he landed in front of the Luoyi Merchant Union's door. Naturally, there were no demons guarding the door of the Luoyi Merchant Union. Moreover, many of the shops nearby had already been removed. It appeared very deserted. Xiaohua turned his head and looked meaningfully in the direction of the star-picking tower. Then, he stepped into the Yi residence and disappeared. 3 days later, the storm that swept through Yuling Bay gradually subsided. Xiaohua was sitting on a jade chair and teaching a few demons the art of water fusion. He saw a demon hurriedly run over and respectfully said, "Master Xiao, a demon is looking for you. Can you let him come over?" "What kind of demon is he? Is he from the dragon race?" Xiaohua's heart stirred. He hurriedly stood up and asked. "No, he doesn't look like a sea race either." The demon answered. Xiaohua was a little disappointed, but he still nodded and said, "Let him come over." "Yes, Master Xiao." After the demon race left, Xiaohua instructed the few demon race cultivators, "You guys can leave as well. This old man has already said everything that needs to be said. You guys just need to practice step by step." Just as the few demon race members left, an ordinary-looking demon race member was brought over. "Oh." Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He asked curiously, "Fellow immortal, you look unfamiliar. Why are you looking for me?" "Hee hee, Daoist Xiao, you're really forgetful. You and I are sworn friends." The demon spoke. It was actually Jiang Chei's voice. "Ha, so that's how it is." Xiaohua slapped his forehead and laughed. Since the Heavenly Abode River had the art of concealment, it must have the art of disguise as well. After Xiaohua sent the demons of the Luoyi Merchant Union away, he waved his hand and set up a restriction. He raised his hand and said, "Fellow immortal Jiang, please sit. You're too polite." Jiang Chei smiled and sat down. He said, "Daoist Xiao, you and my Heavenly Abode River are fated. You've helped my Heavenly Abode River time and time again. I bring a message from my Heavenly Abode River's Great Elder." "Thank you, Daoist Xiao." Xiaohua also sat down and replied, "You're welcome. It's just a small matter. Besides, doesn't the Heavenly Abode River also have a gift of gratitude?" When the gift of gratitude was mentioned, Jiang Chei looked around and took out a long bay. He didn't give it to Xiaohua. Instead, he said, "Daoist Xiao, I've been ordered by the Great Elder to give you the Heavenly Abode River's doppelganger technique for you to comprehend. However, this item is of great importance. I can only let you comprehend it for 3 days. After 3 days, whether you can comprehend it or not, I'll have to take this secret technique away." Chapter 3961. Hearing Jiang Chei say that he only had 3 days to comprehend the technique, Xiaohua unconsciously frowned and said with a bitter smile, "I originally thought that this doppelganger technique was a secret technique and that I only needed to make a copy of it. I didn't expect, haha, Daoist Xiao." Jiang Chei replied with a smile, "Didn't the demon race already mention it in the Stargazing Tower's auction? Real demon race techniques can't be recorded in demon language. This is different from your human race's cultivation. Moreover, this doppelganger technique is one of the rare secret techniques of my Heavenly Abode River's dragon race that doesn't rely on bloodline inheritance, so my Heavenly Abode River has to deal with it carefully. To be honest, if Daoist Xiao wasn't sincere to my Heavenly Abode River, Great Elder and Third Elder definitely wouldn't have taken out this secret technique. Forget it." Xiaohua looked at Long Bei and waved his hand. 3 days is 3 days. I'm already satisfied that I have the chance to comprehend your dragon race's rare secret technique. I'll comprehend as much as I can. Everything will depend on luck. All right. Jiang Che raised his hand and took out a golden object from Long Bei. As soon as that object appeared in mid-air, an indescribable aura was immediately emitted from it. That kind of arrogance and contempt for everything suddenly enveloped Xiaohua. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the lifelike dragon form under the golden light. The holy bloodline in his body circulated slightly, and he asked, "How do I comprehend it?" "Taoist master, just release your divine sense." Jiang Che put away Long Bei and explained, "I'll stay here and wait for Taoist master's divine sense to withdraw from the totem in 3 days." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "When I'm comprehending, I don't want anyone to watch. How about this, I'll set up another formation in this hole. You stay outside and I'll comprehend inside. After 3 days, you only need to activate the formation and I'll come out immediately. How about it?" This. Jiang Che hesitated. Xiaohua's suggestion was different from Great Elder's instructions. However, looking at Xiaohua's smiling face, Jiang Che thought for a moment and nodded, "Taoist Xiao has done me a favor. This request is indeed nothing. This humble one can promise Taoist master, but I hope that Taoist master can also sympathize with this humble one. After 3 days, I must come out." "All right." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, how could this Xiao make things difficult for you?" Immediately, Xiaohua transmitted his voice to Yingpe and the other monsters, telling them not to disturb him for 3 days. Then, he set up the capital star formation. He waved his hand and set up the star formation. After that, he didn't hesitate to use his mind to wrap the dragon-shaped totem into his space. Putting aside the fact that Xiaohua's mind had entered the space and used the power of space to comprehend the doppelganger technique, Jiang Che, who was standing guard outside the star array, couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw the star array being activated and the familiar draconic aura disappearing. He released his Yuan will and covered the entire hall, afraid that Xiaohua would escape from his Yuan will with the dragon totem. However, he also knew that if Xiaohua wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to stop him even if he wanted to. Within the space, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared. He raised his hand and grabbed the golden dragon totem. Ayo! The dragon totem actually let out a deep dragon roar. The golden light actually produced a powerful suction force, wanting to suck Jade Archive Xiaohua into the golden light. Jade Archive Xiaohua's arm shook slightly, turning into a long thin line, falling into the golden light along with the suction force. In just a moment, Jade Archive Xiaohua's face was filled with surprise. He muttered to himself, "Damn, is this the Dragon Clan's doppelganger technique? How can it be so vast? How can it be completely comprehended with just 3 days of comprehension? If I hadn't been extra careful, this time I really would have entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed." While speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the air. On the arm that reached into the golden light, layers of dragon runes rushed out like waves, quickly entering his body. Jade Archive Xiaohua's face alternated between dignified and enlightened from time to time. 3 days passed in a flash, but Jiang Che felt like a year. Seeing that the time was about to come, Jiang Che raised his dragon claw. However, before Jiang Che's dragon claw could land, the entire star array made a soft, schwa sound, the brilliance converged. Xiaohua's figure did not appear, but the aura of the dragon totem rushed out uncontrollably. Good. Jiang Che's heart was immediately relieved. He hurriedly took out the dragon shell, looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Spiritual Master Xiao is indeed a man of his word. Now that the time has come, please return the totem to me." "Of course." Xiaohua loosened his hand, and the totem soared into the sky, turning into a golden light that fell into Jiang Che's dragon shell. After the dragon shell was kept in his arms, Jiang Che heaved a sigh of relief, cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, spiritual master Xiao." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "The one who should be thanking is this Xiao. This secret technique of the heavenly abode river is very useful to this Xiao." He. Jiang Che smiled and asked, "How much did spiritual master comprehend?" "What do you think, fellow immortal?" Xiao Hua asked back. Jiang Che thought for a moment and replied, "If this one's guess is correct, spiritual master should be able to comprehend 20%. And, more or less." Xiao Hua nodded. The secret technique of the heavenly abode river is really as vast as the sea. Although this one has seen a lot of it, I have already forgotten a lot of it. Now that I think about it carefully, it's only 20%. Jiang Che comforted Xiao Hua. Spiritual master does not have the bloodline of the dragon race. It's already good that you can comprehend 20%. When spiritual master has cultivated this 20%, spiritual master can mention it to third elder. Maybe you will get another chance to comprehend it. Many thanks for the reminder, fellow immortal. Xiao Hua laughed. When this one rescues your little princess, this one will mention it to third elder. Jiang Che nodded. When the time comes, this one will speak for spiritual master. It shouldn't be a big problem. The prerequisite is that we can save little Yun. Xiao Hua said. Third elder has already received news that Ao Jing and Ao Xian are preparing to return to the North Sea Dragon Palace after the Great Storm. Jiang Che understood and hurriedly said, "According to the situation of the Great Storm, it will probably completely calm down after 10 days. So third elder also told me to inform spiritual master that we will follow Ao Jing and Ao Xian to the North Sea Dragon Palace in 10 days. Follow Ao Jing and Ao Xian to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Hua was a little stunned. That's right. Jiang Che raised his hand and took out a fist-sized pearl and handed it to Xiao Hua. The interior of the pearl flashed with brilliance, and as the brilliance changed, many human figures, demon figures, and even mountains and rivers were revealed. Xiao Hua took the pearl and looked at it carefully. He asked curiously, "What is this?" This item is called the Thousand Illusion Pearl. Any demon or human who holds this item in their mouth can transform into whatever they want. Of course, this transformation is limited by time, and its aura is not easy to hide. In order to overcome this shortcoming, spiritual master has to comprehend another secret technique of my heavenly abode river. However, spiritual master has already comprehended some of this secret technique, so you don't need to comprehend it further. After Jiang Che finished speaking, he took out a dragon scale and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua put away the Thousand Illusion Pearl and took the dragon scale. Before he could examine it, Jiang Che said, "Daoist Xiao, you can comprehend this secret technique on your own. It won't be too late to return the dragon scale to me when I come to pick you up in 10 days. I have to give the doppelganger technique to the Great Elder, so I won't stay here any longer." "Okay, I will send you out." Xiao Hua put the dragon scale into his space and nodded. Jiang Che waved his hand. "No need, spiritual master Xiao. I can go out by myself. Although there is still a great storm, the Feather Spirit Palace's spies have already come out. I don't want to attract their attention." "Okay." Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, "Spiritual master, please. I will wait for your message." Jiang Che cupped his hands and left in a hurry. After a while, Ingpa walked in and said with a smile, "Spiritual master, what did you gain from the auction at Jai Xinglu?" Seeing that Ingpa didn't ask about Jiang Che, Xiao Hua understood and said with a smile, "Jai Xinglu is indeed generous. This is the second time I've participated in their auction, and my gains are indeed generous. Compared to them, my Luo Yi Merchant Union is still far behind. Of course. The Star Moon Union that Zhai Xing Lu belongs to is a merchant union that has been in business for hundreds of thousands of years. How can my Luo Yi Merchant Union compare? Ingpa asked Xiaohua to sit down and said, however, in my opinion, the Zhai Xing Lu of 10 years ago may not have had a better chance than my Luo Yi Merchant Union. After 100,000 years, my Luo Yi Merchant Union will definitely be as famous as Zhai Xing Lu in the 3 continents. Actually, Xiaohua did not particularly know how famous Zhai Xing Lu was. However, since Ingpa and the other members of the demon clan had set Xingyu as their goal to surpass, Xingyu's reputation was obvious. He smiled and said, "What chance does the Luo Yi Merchant Union have? Why can't I see it?" The Luo Yi Merchant Union's chance is naturally yours, enlightened master. Ingpa said with a smile. The elders who didn't want to work with enlightened master no matter what didn't dare to say anything these days. They've already seen enlightened master's value. However, they're still short-sighted. They don't know the great use behind enlightened master's medicines and grain seeds. That's. Xiaohua replied, if they could see it, you wouldn't be the clan leader. Sigh, speaking of the clan leader. Ingpa was rather emotional as he looked at Xiaohua. If I hadn't met enlightened master, I wouldn't have been able to take over the position of clan leader. If I hadn't met enlightened master again, the clan's food and clothing would have been a problem. How could I have thought further? Enlightened master is truly our clan's lucky star. Ha ha. Xiaohua touched his face and seemed to be talking to himself. It looks like I'll have to carve a few statues of myself. Who knows, I might be able to earn a few sea crystals from the auction. As the saying goes, the speaker is careless, but the listener is interested. When Xiaohua's words fell into Ying Po's ears, Ying Po's eyes lit up. He hurriedly shouted, enlightened master's idea is not bad. Earlier, I was still discussing with the elders how our Luo Yi Merchant Union should operate in the hidden immortal continent and Western Paradise. We are Yao clan and will inevitably be ostracized on these 2 continents. If we have enlightened master statues, this problem can be avoided. Chapter 3962. Don't mess around. Xiaohua warned Ingpa, I'm a demon that the Confucian Immortal Cultivation Palace wants to arrest. If you use my name, you'll be annihilated by the Immortal Palace. Of course it won't work. Ingpa nodded, but we can consider other methods. Forget it, I'll discuss this matter with the elders in the future. I came here to tell you that the next auction of the Luo Yi Merchant Union will be held in a month. This is the first auction of the several merchant unions and should be held 10 days earlier than the Yazi auction house. Xiaohua frowned. Yuling Bay is the foundation of the Yazi auction house. If our Luo Yi Merchant Union suppresses them, won't it cause trouble? Sometimes it's important to keep a low profile. You're right, Daoist. Ingpa nodded, but occasionally showing a bit of edge can be refreshing and win some reputation. Xiaohua didn't know how to run a business, so he agreed, I have other things to do, so I won't be able to attend the auction in a month. Daoist, this is. Ingpa stopped halfway and smiled, since Daoist is leaving, General Lu and the others should come and thank you. He's already been here several times, and the dozen or so sea race veterans also came one after another. They all want to see Daoist. Oh, there's no need to thank me. It seems that the medicine is effective for their injuries. Xiaohua waved his hand. Ingpa replied, it's more than effective, it's simply a miracle medicine. I really don't know how Daoist refined the medicine. The same medicine can be used by different kinds of injuries, and the kids in the clan are far from being able to refine it. Xiaohua smiled. When he refined the medicine with the water fusion technique, he specially activated the power of the stars and moon. The power of the stars and moon was used by the monster race to repair the body. Even if the effect of the medicine wasn't right, the power of the stars and moon was enough to cure the old sea race. With these old sea race veterans as an example, there are many more coming to our Luo-E merchant union to look for medicine. According to this trend, the Apricot Forest Medicine Shop won't be able to establish itself in Yuling Bay in the future. Ingbo explained happily, especially, with these old members of the Sea Clan, if our Luo Merchant Union encounters any problems in Yuling Bay, we can borrow their strength. Hearing this, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He stared at Ingpe and said, "Fellow immortal, what is your current cultivation level?" This. A trace of awkwardness appeared on Ingpo's face, and he smiled apologetically. The cultivation of the demon race is different from that of the human race. My realm should be similar to the upper second-grade essence force. Enlightened wisdom realm. Xiaohua frowned and said, "Moreover, I can see that the cultivation of the elders in your clan isn't high either." Ha! Ingpit smiled embarrassedly. "I didn't expect that you would be so proficient in the cultivation of our demon tribe. Actually, I won't hide it from you, Reverend. The bloodline of my clan members has already become thin. There are many cultivation methods that can no longer be awakened. It's because my clan members' strength in the Thousand Goblin Sacred Realm has been declining day by day, and in the end, they were forced to leave the Thousand Goblin Sacred Realm. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I have become the clan leader? Did you establish this continuous merchant union with the intention of finding a cultivation path for your clan members?" Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. Ingpe nodded solemnly. "Reverend is right. Through the merchant union, I was able to come in contact with many demon race cultivation methods. Moreover, I also tried a few, but none of them were effective. Of course, I also know that this matter needs to be considered at length. If I can solve this matter in my lifetime, then I won't let down my clan members." Ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, "It seems that this old man will have to lend you a hand again. What does Reverend mean?" Ingpo's face flushed red. He stood up with a bang and looked at Xiaohua with bright eyes. Xiaohua didn't answer Ingpo's words. Instead, he took out the keepsake that Ingpo gave him from the space and looked at it. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, "What this old man means is, you don't have to wait until you're old to fulfill this wish." Boo. 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 Ingpo stammered. His heart was already about to jump out of his body. "Let's find a quiet room." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Okay." Ingpe nodded with all his strength and brought Xiaohua to a quiet room. Xiaohua looked at the excited Ingpe and said with a smile, "Don't be too nervous." "Yes, Reverend." Although Ingpe replied that he wasn't nervous, his body was still slightly trembling. It could be seen how high his expectations of Xiaohua were. Xiaohua raised his hand. Ingpo's gaze fell on Xiaohua's index finger. He saw a brilliant spring flower bloom on his index finger. Thousands of rays of light blossomed from the spring flower and suddenly fell between Ingpo's eyebrows. Boom! Ingpo only felt a sudden clap of thunder in his mind. One after another, demon characters and patterns crazily rushed into his mind like lightning. Ah! Ingpe couldn't help but cry out in pain. However, it was only for a moment. He clenched his teeth. As a demon, he was very clear about what he was seeing. He also knew that he absolutely couldn't faint. He could only clench his teeth and support himself. The sharp thorns on his clenched claws had already pierced into his flesh and blood was seeping out. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a huge thunderbolt was born from the demon characters. Impa really couldn't bear it and fainted. After an entire day and night, Impa finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Hua's slightly surprised face. Immediately, he stood up, turned over and kneeled down. He said, "This one, thanks Master Xiao for the grace of teaching me." Xiao Hua stood there motionlessly. After receiving 9 kowtows from Impa, he helped him up and said, "This is some of this old man's opportunities in his early years. Now that I've imparted it to you, it can be considered as fulfilling this old man's wish. Your temperament is not bad and you are also willing to be kind to my human race. Especially, the things you want to do must have enough strength. Otherwise, it will be very easy for others to take advantage of you. Now that this old man is cooperating with you, I can't always stay in the merchant union. Only by increasing your strength can this old man be at ease with my own primordial stones." "Hee, Master Xiao is joking." Impa said respectfully, "Master Xiao's kindness to this one and to this one's clansman is like a new life." Speaking to here, Impa suddenly thought of something. He knelt down on the ground again and said urgently, "Also, Master Xiao, can this one teach this cultivation method to my clansman?" "Of course you can." Xiao Hua smiled as he helped Impa up and said, "This should be the cultivation method that was lost in your clan. The heavens merely used this old man's hands to return it to your clan. Thank Master Xiao." Impa's tears flowed out. He said while choking with sobs, "This junior doesn't know what to say. Meeting Master Xiao, is this one's fortune, the fortune of my clansmen. With this cultivation method, my clan's prosperity is something that will happen sooner or later." Xiao Hua looked at Impa's excitement and felt a little surprised in his heart. When Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion received the demon clan's cultivation method, they could wake up in a few hours. Moreover, they could only remember about 30 to 40% of it. According to Black Bear, with just this, they could cultivate to about the 7th grade of origin energy. But this Impa in front of him actually comprehended it for an entire day and night. Of course, Impa fainting was different from Black Bear and the others waking up. Perhaps it couldn't be measured purely by the time spent comprehending it. Xiao Hua wanted to ask Impa how much he remembered, but he didn't plan on taking Impa as a disciple, so he simply didn't ask anymore. "This old man will cultivate here for a few days. You should also comprehend it. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask this old man." Xiao Hua finished speaking and sat cross-legged on the ground. Impa nodded and said, "All right, Master Xiao. Although this junior doesn't particularly understand the cultivation method you imparted, there is an extremely familiar feeling within it. This junior will start comprehending it now, and so that's how it is." Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Although Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Eagle looked fierce, in the end, their bloodline was not as pure as Impa's. Moreover, the cultivation method he gave Impa just happened to match Impa's bloodline. Impa's one day and one night of coma wasn't completely comprehending his cultivation method. In fact, it was only comprehending the cultivation method for a few hours. The rest of the time should be awakening the inheritance in Impa's bloodline. In the remaining few days, Impa had a lot of questions. Xiao Hua almost didn't have time to cultivate by himself. Xiao Hua simply threw the Crimson Infant technique aside and focused on guiding Impa's cultivation. Xiao Hua didn't think much of it, but Impa was extremely surprised. Although Xiao Hua was a human cultivator, he was even more familiar with the cultivation method of the demon race than he was. He really didn't understand why Xiao Hua knew so much. Chapter 3963. Awe. Jiang Che was naturally beside Xiaohua. When he heard Xiaohua's words, he was shocked and cried out in disbelief, You, hee, of course it's me. Xiaohua smiled and returned to his original appearance. Jiang Che looked Xiaohua up and down and scanned him with his yuan will. He couldn't help but sigh, Daoist Xiao, I can't help but admire you. Even if I knew you were in front of me, I still wouldn't dare to believe it. That's good. Xiaohua nodded. This way, we can hide from the eyes and ears of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Not only that, even if you walk in front of Ao Jing a few times, I'm afraid he won't be able to recognize you. Jiang Che obviously didn't know that Xiaohua had already appeared in front of Ao Jing a few times before, so he was convinced. Xiaohua smiled and returned the dragon scale to Jiang Che. He asked again, how's Third Elder's plan? Can you tell me now? Of course. Jiang Che nodded. He picked up a jade eye from the jade table and handed it to Xiaohua. Daoist Xiao, please take a look. Xiaohua took the jade eyes and placed it on his forehead. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he took it off. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. His body twisted strangely. After a moment, Xiaohua turned into a monster that was less than 2 feet tall and had a huge head that was more than half a foot long. Xiaohua blinked his fist-sized eyes and used his bat-like claws to touch the 2 3-inch long ears on his head. He sighed and said, So this is the Yi clan of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Yes, it's the Yi clan. Jiang Che looked at Xiaohua's short figure, then took out several sets of demonic beast skins from behind the jade table and handed them to Xiaohua. Every demonic beast of the Gui clan is called Gui, but the syllables they use are different. Other than the Gui clan, other demonic beasts can't tell. Watching Xiaohua put on the demonic beast skin, Jiang Che once again took out a few heaven and earth bangles from his bosom and handed them to Xiaohua, saying, These are the tributes that the Gui tribe wants to offer to the North Sea Dragon Palace. The conditions of the Gui tribe are also clearly written in the jade eyes. If Ao Jing asks, Jinren must answer. Hee. Xiaohua took the universe bracelet and scanned it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, These tributes are really good. You won't be giving them to Ao Jing right away, right? Naturally, there are benefits for Ao Jing. When the time comes, you can do as you see fit. Jiang Che replied. Suddenly, Xiaohua frowned and asked in a low voice, What about the real qi? Rest assured, Daoist master. Jiang Che smiled. There are no Hus in this world who truly wish to be protected by the North Sea Dragon Palace. The Great Elder merely used the 1000 Illusion Pearl to visit the Feather Spirit Hall and asked Ao Jing to report the Hus' need for protection to the North Sea Dragon Palace. This is also the first time the Hus have paid a visit to the North Sea Dragon Palace. I understand. Xiaohua nodded. Your heavenly abode river is truly scheming. You actually set up so many idle chess pieces for no reason. If not for this idle chess piece, how could you help us? Jiang Che said with a smile, Don't worry, Daoist master. Many of my Grotto Heaven River Sea generals will board the ship and wait for an opportunity to rescue the little princess with you. Are you certain that little Yun is on the ship? Xiaohua asked. Jiang Che nodded. Of course. Our spies in the Feather Spirit Hall have already sent word that Ao Jing will personally bring the little princess back to ask for a reward. Also, the North Sea Dragon Palace has already spread even worse news. What bad news? The North Sea Dragon Palace has already spread the news that our little princess has fallen in love with the North Sea Dragon Palace's 7th prince and has secretly escaped from Grotto Heaven River. The North Sea Dragon Palace is preparing to hold a wedding banquet soon for our little princess to marry the 7th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He said thoughtfully, the North Sea Dragon Palace's plan to sow discord is truly vicious. Sigh, indeed. Jiang Che sighed. Grotto Heaven River doesn't have many allies to begin with. If this news is confirmed, I'm afraid many factions will lay their cards on the table with us. Grotto Heaven River's days will be even more difficult in the future. If that's the case, Ao Jing's escort of Little Yun. I'm afraid it's also a bait. Xiao Hua said earnestly. There's no need to think about it. Jiang Che smiled bitterly. Even without this news, the little princess is still a bait. We can't not save her. Indeed. Once Little Yun enters the North Sea Dragon Palace, there will be even less of a way. Xiao Hua nodded, but then he realized something and said in shock, if that's the case, then isn't the North Sea Dragon Palace an even bigger trap? That's right. We can only save the little princess before she enters the North Sea Dragon Palace. Otherwise, we can only barge into the North Sea Dragon Palace. Since we're going to barge into the North Sea Dragon Palace, why not just barge into the Feather Spirit Palace? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Grotto Heaven River's forces in Feather Spirit Bay are not enough to barge into the Feather Spirit Palace. Even if the third elder and the others rushed over, and now with Daoist Xiao, we barely have the strength to barge into the dragon boat. You all have plans, and so does Ao Jing. This trip is really difficult. Xiao Hua said with a frown. So. Jiang Che said with a smile, Daoist Xiao is our biggest support. Ao Jing definitely wouldn't expect you to be on the boat. Once you save the little princess by surprise, you immediately leave and don't care about us. As long as the little princess is safe, the North Sea Dragon Palace's plan to sow discord will not succeed. Grotto Heaven River will not fall into the North Sea Dragon Palace's trap. Oh, and the dragon boat is covered with the North Sea Dragon Palace's demonic array. Everything is under Ao Jing's control. It's best not to use some of your divine abilities, such as voice transmission, for fear of being discovered by Ao Jing. Yes, this old man understands. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He had actually thought of breaking into the Feather Spirit Palace these days, but he had already disturbed the Yazi auction house. In addition, the little princess of Grotto Heaven River had been captured, so the Feather Spirit Palace's security would definitely be strengthened. It was too difficult to find a long bay in a Feather Spirit Palace. Jiang Che looked at the sky outside and said, it's still early. If you can, why don't you take a look around Feather Spirit Bay? The dragon boat of the Feather Spirit Palace will probably leave at dusk. Daoist Xiao can just rush to the Feather Spirit Palace at that time. Alright, this old man understands. Xiao Hua tugged at the beast skin on his body, looked at his claws, and prepared to walk out. But at this moment, Jiang Che suddenly froze and said anxiously, that's right, Daoist Xiao, do you have my demon races, commonly used primordial sense? Xiao Hua opened his mouth to answer, but his eyes turned slightly and he shook his head, I am a human cultivator. Of course I don't have the demon race's primordial sense. Oh, even a wise man can make a mistake. Jiang Che stamped his feet and said, Great Elder calculated a lot, but in the end, he forgot the most obvious thing. Who knows if Great Elder revealed his primordial sense when he went to the Feather Spirit Palace last time? Then what should we do? Does your dragon race have a secret technique to stimulate primordial sense? Xiao Hua said with a smile, why don't I try to comprehend it at the last minute? Sigh, that's the only way. Jiang Che stamped his feet and said, Daoist Xiao, please wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. Now, I can only hope that Great Elder didn't reveal his primordial sense. Why don't you ask Great Elder? Xiaohua asked curiously. Great Elder has already. Jiang Che said half a sentence and then explained, this isn't a problem of revealing it or not. The demon race commonly uses primordial sense. If he doesn't use it, wouldn't it be easy to be exposed? Not to mention Daoist Zhao's danger, my heavenly abode river's greatest assurance is also gone. After saying that, Jiang Che hurriedly left. About 2 hours later, Jiang Che returned and gave a jade eye to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took the jade eye and casually threw it to the phoenix body, then left Jiang Che's shop. Xiaohua's phoenix body was fused with the bloodline of the holy saint, and he had all the inheritances of the demon race. His origin was just a trivial path. Xiaohua didn't let his phoenix body cultivate. His divine sense and Buddhist sense were the strongest. Now that his soul sense had advanced by leaps and bounds after entering the sorcerer realm, cultivating his origin was completely useless. However, at this time, he needed to use his origin will, so Xiaohua could temporarily produce some to deal with it. Xiaohua transformed into a primordial sense and walked around Yuling Bay. He looked at the Merchant Union, then at Jai Xinglu, and even at Yao Shi. Although he didn't see the old sea shrimp bromine, the fishy smell of the water near Yao Shi was gone. Other than a kind of fishy smell, there was also the smell of demon grass. Clearly, these sea race people have obtained extremely cheap medicines from the Merchant Union. Finally, Xiaohua arrived in front of Hai Jiangliuzi mansion next to the Yazi auction house. At this time, the Yi mansion was a bit lively. A few unfamiliar old sea race people were walking around. The shop assistant from before was no longer there. The sea relics outside the shop were replaced by some fist-sized coarse stones. However, these coarse stones had openings and looked somewhat similar to the jade bottles used by Taoists. Dong, dong. Xiaohua didn't understand the use of these coarse stones. At this time, he heard a loud sound coming from behind him. Then, a slightly anxious voice shouted, "Excuse me, please step aside." Xiaohua hurriedly turned around and saw a sea race person like a small mountain walking over step by step. His hooves were much bigger than his current body and were about to kick him. Xiaohua hurriedly dodged to the side. That sea race person walked to the Yi mansion and stopped. He lowered his huge head to take a look. Then, a watercolored demon cloud gushed out from his body. The sea race person's body slowly shrank. However, in the end, he still looked like a big tree. "General Liu." That sea race person anxiously shouted, "This subordinate heard that you have immortal Shao pill here. It can heal the old injuries of my sea race. General Liu is not in the Yi mansion right now." An old sea race person walked out shakily. He squinted his eyes and said with a hoarse voice, "This immortal Shao pill costs 1 crystal shell. How many do you want?" I want 10. The sea race person hesitated for a moment before answering. This immortal Shao pill is a divine pill refined by Daoist Master Shao. No matter how big or small a sea race person is, just one pill will heal them. You only need to take one. The old sea race person reminded. Chapter 3964. Aw. Is that true? Such a cheap, divine pill. That sea race person cries out in surprise. Almost inconceivably, that big hand takes out a crystal shell. The crystal shell is sparkling and translucent like a piece of jade. The old sea race person takes the crystal shell and casually picks up a rough stone from the front of the shop and hands it to the sea race person. He says with a smile, if you don't believe me, you can take it now and try. Okay. The big sea race person takes the rough stone and looks at it with narrowed eyes. He peels off a piece of stone from the rough stone and says curiously, there seems to be a medicinal liquid inside. Why is it called Immortal Shao pill? How would I know? I only know that this is a divine pill refined by Taoist Master Shao. The old sea race person throws the crystal shell into a basket made of seaweed and says with a smile, besides, who said that Immortal Shao pill must be a medicinal pill? Yes. The big sea race person doesn't dare to ask too much. He opens his mouth and pours a strand of medicinal liquid from the rough stone into his mouth. In just a moment, the big sea race person's body swells uncontrollably. Then, bubbles appear on the surface of the sea race person's body. Plumes of thick smoke seep out from the bubbles. Then, an extremely sour smell is emitted from the thick smoke. Some of the sea race people nearby who are watching the show cover their mouths and noses and scatter in all directions. Xiaohua naturally doesn't pay attention to them. He covers his nose and jogs away. As he runs, he laughs secretly, so General Liu has already joined the Luo-E Merchant Union. This is also good. His E-mansion doesn't need to sell sea saraira and also doesn't need to kill sea race people who believe in Buddhism. Damn it, whose idea is this Immortal Shao pill? Isn't this pushing me to the front? It would be strange if Apricot Forest Medicine Shop doesn't hate me to death. However, I am about to leave Feather Spirit Bay soon. Who knows when I will return? If Apricot Forest Medicine Shop wants to hate me, then let them hate me. Xiaohua looks at Yazi Auction House, which is still heavily guarded. He doesn't stop in front of the door. Seeing that it is still early, Xiaohua thinks for a moment and walks towards Feather Spirit Hall. When Xiaohua arrives in front of Feather Spirit Hall, he looks at the slightly busy door and frowns slightly. At this time, the doors of the Feather Spirit Palace were wide open. Not only were there shrimp soldiers and crab generals hurrying in and out, there were also some strange-looking members of the sea race and the Yao race. They were either wearing the same animal skin as Xiaohua or were completely naked as they shuttled between the doors. Seeing the sea generals guarding the gate occasionally examine the tokens and certificates of the demi-humans entering and leaving, Xiaohua understood that these demi-humans probably had similar goals as the Guis. They were either seeking help from the North Sea Dragon Palace or seeking protection from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the palace door. The sea race guard was originally tall and mighty. When Xiaohua stood in front of him, he was less than 30% of the guard's height. However, the guard didn't dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, "Fellow immortal, are you here to pay a visit to our second prince?" Xiaohua stretched out his hand arrogantly. In his small hand was the token of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Hai Jiang respectfully received it. After looking at it for a moment, he returned it to Xiaohua and asked, "Xiao Darren, my family's second Wangye is currently at the Spring Bud Palace Hall. Do you want to go there yourself, or do you want a servant to bring him there?" Xiaohua naturally had some goals this time. How could he let a servant bring him there? He waved his hand and said indifferently, "This old man has already been here once. There is no need to lead the way. Darren, please." Hai Jiang slightly leaned to the side and watched Xiaohua walk to the door. With a pu sound, he jumped up from the ground and crossed the door that was almost taller than him to enter the Feather Spirit Palace. Hai Jiang opened his mouth and almost laughed out loud. He didn't know how many years he had been on duty at the Feather Spirit Palace, but he had never seen such a strange way of entering the palace. When Xiaohua entered the palace door, he was greeted by a huge garden. There were countless strange flowers and plants inside. There were also some demonic beasts and birds flying around. When he looked above his head, he saw a dark blue sky without a trace of white clouds. It was no different from an ordinary palace built on land. There were several passageways in the garden. Different demon clans were walking on these passageways. Xiaohua did not hesitate to walk towards the middle passageway because he knew that even if he kept walking in the middle passageway, he would still be lost in the end. And this was exactly what Xiaohua wanted. He would always find some surprises in unexpected places, as well as some inexplicable results. Sure enough, after walking through the middle passage a few times and passing through several magnificent palaces, an even number of passages began to appear in front of Xiaohua. He was no longer able to walk through the middle passage. After walking a few more times, the number of demonic beasts in the palace had decreased. From time to time, there would be demonic beasts, women wearing beaded clothes walking by. They were all holding jade plates in their hands. However, these jade plates were covered with silk, so Xiaohua couldn't see what was inside. When the demonic beasts women saw Xiaohua, they all slightly bowed to him. They seemed a little shy. However, these demonic beasts women were far inferior to the mermaids. Not to mention that they didn't have the curves of a human, even their cheeks were also too horrible to look at. They couldn't arouse Xiaohua's interest at all. Xiaohua didn't even look at them and continued walking forward. This kind of ignorance was actually seen as arrogance by the demonic beasts women. There were several demonic beasts who wanted to ask about it, but when they saw Xiaohua ignoring them, they shut their mouths. Finally, when Xiaohua walked past a small bridge, there was a stream under the bridge. Dozens of koi fish were leisurely swimming among the seaweed. A cold voice sounded, "Immortal friend, why did you come to the inner palace?" Oh. Xiaohua heard this voice and felt it was somewhat familiar. He hurriedly raised his head and saw that at the end of the stream was a golden pool. Inside, a huge dragon was looking at him with its ferocious head. Oh. Xiaohua stopped and cupped his hands. "This one is Qi from the Qi clan. I came to the palace of Spring Bud to pay my respects to the second prince. Why did you come to the palace of Spring Bud?" The voice was deafening like a thunderclap. It seemed to be suspicious of Xiaohua. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge dragon. He could already tell from the voice that this dragon was the Dragon General Ao Xian he saw in front of the Feather Spirit Palace that day. It was also the Ao Xian who captured the little princess of Dong Tian River. Xiaohua was already pondering whether he should capture Ao Xian and interrogate her about the whereabouts of the dragon shell. "Humph, why don't you speak?" Ao Xian poked out half of her dragon body from the pool and pounced at Xiaohua while shouting loudly. Looking at the dragon head that was even larger than his current body, Xiaohua raised his hand and put it down again. He understood in his heart that the dragon shell that imprisoned Jiang Hong was definitely already in Ao Jing's hands. It was impossible for Ao Xian to bring it with her. Xiaohua smiled and took out the token of the North Sea Dragon Palace. He smiled apologetically and said, "When I came in, there were a lot of guests at the entrance. Because I had already been here once, I came in by myself. But to my surprise, after I came in, I couldn't find the direction. I was too embarrassed to ask." Huff huff. Ao Xian's stinky mouth was right above Xiaohua's head. Along with the patter-patter sound, drops of pond water dripped down from his scales, drenching the entire small bridge. Her drum-like dragon eyes stared straight at Xiaohua. It was unknown what Ao Xian was thinking. Roar! Ao Xian suddenly let out a dragon roar. Xiaohua was so scared that his whole body trembled. He hastily covered his big ears with his small hands. A whirlwind rolled up and Ao Xian transformed into her human form and stood on the small bridge. "Let's go," I will take you to the palace of Spring Bud. Ao Xian swayed her dragon tail and said indifferently. Xiao Hua was pleasantly surprised and said, "Thank you, General." "Thank you, General." As Ao Xian walked out of the palace, Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, "How should I address you, General?" "You don't need to know." Ao Xian proudly replied, as if she looked down on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His two big ears swayed left and right a few times, looking very comical. In just half a cup of tea's time, Ao Xian brought Xiao Hua to a green palace. Before Xiao Hua even got close, he smelled a slightly strange fragrance coming from this palace. Xiao Hua sniffed and felt that it smelled very good. However, this fragrance also revealed a kind of laziness and sweetness, which made Xiao Hua feel very strange. "This general, Ao Xian, greets the prince." Ao Xian walked to the front of the palace, frowned and said, "Come in." Ao Jing's voice came out. His voice sounded very tired. Ao Xian opened her mouth again and said, "This general won't go in. This general still has to go back and prepare to go out to sea. This is the Hui of the Hui race. He just got lost in the palace and found the place where this general was recuperating. This general brought him here. I asked the prince to give me instructions." Oh. Ao Jing was surprised for a moment. He swept his yuan shen and then said with a smile, "It really is Hui. Let him come in." "Yes, prince." Ao Xian replied and turned her head. Xiao Hua once again jumped into the palace of Spring Bud. When he entered the palace of Spring Bud, he couldn't help but be stunned. This palace of Spring Bud was different from ordinary palaces. The surrounding walls were engraved with pictures. Inside each picture was a huge dragon coiling around a demonic beast. It looked very strange. Looking at the center of the palace, there was a huge pool. The water of the pool was dark green. Above the pool, there was a faint water vapor, which looked somewhat dreamy. In this water vapor, a huge dragon was lazily lying in the pool. On the huge dragon's body, there was a huge pink python coiling around the huge dragon. The scales on the huge python's body were especially fine. Every small scale was pink. What was special was that the huge python's head was sparkling and translucent, like a pink crystal. On top of this crystal, there was a pair of sparkling black eyes that flashed with an indescribable brilliance. It made people fall in love with one look. Hiss. When Xiao Hua saw this pair of eyes, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Because through this pair of eyes, he actually felt that this huge python was so beautiful. It was as if a naked beauty was lying in front of him. "How dare you!" A berating voice came from beside Xiao Hua's ear. "How can you look straight at the prince's beloved concubine?" Chapter 3965. Xiao Hua is surprised. Following the voice, he sees a tall and thin lizard-like monster standing far away from the pool, coldly looking at him. Beside the lizard, there was a demon that was as fat as a pig. It was blinking its small eyes and looking at him with a smile, as if it was gloating over his misfortune. Xiao Hua's heart trembles. His eyes slightly sweep around. He wants to look at the pool, but he doesn't dare. However, as his eyes sweep, he sees several sand pools on the side of the pool. On top of these sand pools, there are several huge monster beasts. Although these monster beasts are big in size, they all look slender, like a kind of graceful line. When some of these monster beasts are shaking, it gives people a kind of heart-wrenching feeling. Damn it, I understand. Seeing these female monster beasts, Xiaohua's eyes fall on the four walls of the palace. Xiaohua suddenly understands. He bitterly smiles in his heart. These monster beasts are Ao Jing's beloved concubines. The paintings on these four walls are also pictures of the dragon race's pleasure. It is somewhat similar to the Buddhist sect's so-called Zen of joy. Could it be that every picture is the same posture? Xiaohua can't help but want to look again. However, he is immediately shocked. What is Ao Jing doing with that female python? I stare at his beloved concubine a few times. Isn't that peeping? Xiaohua doesn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bows and says, "Second prince, this one is rude." Although this one is already vigilant in his heart, but Prince's beloved concubine is really beautiful. This one can't help but take 4 more looks. Damn it. The lizard monster scolds loudly and says anxiously, "Prince, this chi is too vulgar. In my opinion, we should quickly drive him out." No need. Ao Jing laughed loudly, causing the water in the entire pool to sway. As Ao Jing spoke, his dragon body coiled around the giant python. The pink color on the giant python's body became even more intense, and the strange fragrance became even more intense. What was special was that the giant python actually let out a short hissing sound, causing Xiaohua's lower abdomen to be on fire. Fortunately, just as the sound came out, boom! Water splashed out from the dragon's body, and the dragon and python fell into the water. The water rippled, and the dragon and python's bodies twisted and intertwined violently, making violent sounds. A lot of water even splashed out. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He naturally knew what Ao Jing was doing. He really couldn't believe his eyes. This Ao Jing was actually so lascivious. Copulating with the giant python in front of him and the other 2 monster race experts. What was the difference between this and the daytime promiscuity of the human race? At this time, the lizard monster waved at Xiaohua, indicating for him to come over. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then quickly walked over to the 2 monster race experts. He lowered his voice and saluted, "This one is Chi from the Chi race, greetings to the 2 immortal friends. This one is Chi from the Thai lizard race, this one is Chrysalis from the conch race." That Chi seemed to be very enthusiastic. He hurriedly returned the salute and introduced. That Chrysalis, who was as fat as a pig, casually cupped his hands and stepped aside a few steps. He seemed to be unwilling to stand together with Xiaohua. Xiaohua glanced at Chrysalis and didn't care. He said to Chi in a low voice, "Thank you for your reminder, immortal friend. Otherwise, if this one looked a few more times, Prince would definitely take my life." Hee. That Chi seemed to be unwilling to talk about this matter. He waved his hand and didn't let Xiaohua speak anymore. Xiaohua closed his mouth and lowered his head, only looking at the ground. Just like a Confucian cultivator, see no evil, hear no evil. After the time it took to eat a meal, the water in the entire pool slowly calmed down. That scarlet giant python floated on the surface of the pool as if it was dead. Ao Jing's dragon body slightly swept over the giant python's body. "Chi, why didn't you wait outside the palace to board the dragon boat? Why did you come inside the palace to find this king?" Ao Jing's voice came, revealing a kind of exhaustion. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly replied, reporting to Prince, "This one was originally waiting outside the palace, but, after thinking about it, I always felt that the matter of this one's clan was somewhat inappropriate. If I don't tell Prince in detail, this one's heart won't be at ease." "What's there to be at ease about? Didn't my father already ask you to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace for an audience?" Ao Jing asked faintly. "Yes, the Dragon King did ask this one to go, but he didn't promise to protect this one's clan. Xiaohua said with a smile, if no one beside the Dragon King said a few good words, this one is afraid that the Dragon King will. Hee, immortal friend is thinking too much. The nearby Qi said with a smile, since the second prince will lead us there, won't the Dragon King look up to us? It's just that the second prince still has a lot of things to do. I don't know if he can speak for us. Hearing Qi's words, Xiaohua hurriedly took out a few Qianquan bangles from his bosom, handed them to his head, and said with a smile, this is a tribute to the Dragon King. I asked the second prince to help this one take a look, which ones are the ones that the Dragon King likes, and which ones are the ones that the Dragon King dislikes. Who? A strong wind rose in the palace of Spring Bud, and the Qianquan bangles in Xiaohua's hand flew into the pool. After a while, Ao Jing laughed and said, these two are the ones that my father likes, you can keep them well. With that, 2 Qianquan bangles flew in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua hurriedly received them and said, since the other few are the ones that the Dragon King dislikes, this one doesn't dare to take them with me. I asked the second prince to help this one deal with them. I'm really grateful to the second prince. If it weren't for the second prince, I would have offended the Dragon King before he could agree to my request. Not bad, this prince will help you deal with them. Ao Jing said with a laugh. However, at this moment, the demon assistant, Chrysalis, suddenly said, second prince, this one feels that this qi is a little inappropriate. Oh. What's inappropriate? Tell me. Chrysalis still looked at Xiaohua with a smile and said, when Qi first came in, his eyes were looking around randomly. It seems that he doesn't know what the Palace of Spring Bud is, nor does he know the meaning of the diagram in the palace. This one feels that he doesn't look like a demon. Ah. Xiaohua was shocked. He really didn't expect this harmless-looking pig to suddenly stab him with a knife. Chrysalis, your words are a little wrong. Qi hurriedly explained, when I came in, I was also stunned and couldn't help but look around. After all, this is the Prince's Palace of Spring Bud. I have only heard of its name, but not its details, so it's normal for me to want to take a look. That's right. Xiaohua hurriedly said, this one is very envious of the second prince's life. If my Qi clan is as strong and prosperous as the Dragon Palace, this one will also imitate this Palace of Spring Bud in the Qi clan. Of course, after it's built, this one will invite the second prince over. Hee. Ao Jing laughed and said, this Palace of Spring Bud is indeed famous. Many demons would lose their minds when they come in. Qi can only be considered as being rude. This has nothing to do with him not looking like a demon. Since he's rude, he should be punished. Chrysalis said somewhat unforgivingly, we can't let other demons say that the Feather Spirit Palace has no rules. This. Ao Jing was a little hesitant. Chrysalis said aggressively again, moreover, according to this one's knowledge, there aren't any particularly powerful natural enemies around the Qi clan. This Qi wants to meet the Dragon King. I don't know what he wants to do. Xiaohua was anxious, his eyes spitting fire as he looked at Chrysalis and said angrily, Chrysalis, how did this one offend you? This one has been entrusted by my clansmen and has already reported the clan's affairs to the second prince. The second prince has also reported the matter of my Qi clan to the Dragon King. This time, the Dragon King has summoned me. If it weren't for the fact that my clan is in danger, how could he possibly allow this one to go over? You're making trouble out of nothing, and you're too scheming. This one thinks that you're not a demon. I'm afraid that this has something to do with the Immortal Palace, right? You're the spy of the Immortal Palace. Chrysalis was also furious. Beside him, Qi hurriedly advised, Chrysalis, the number of people who can go to the North Sea Dragon Palace is limited after all. Since the second prince has agreed to bring you over next time, why are you comparing yourself to others now? How can she not go when the Dragon King has personally appointed him? If you really have something urgent to attend to, how about this? This one won't go this time and let you go instead. Good. This is what you said. Chrysalis said with great joy. Xiaohua finally understood. It wasn't that he had offended Chrysalis, but that Chrysalis was jealous of him for being able to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Who are you waiting for to go and who isn't? This king is the one who makes the decision. Do you think it's up to you? Ao Jing's cold snort came, scaring Chrysalis and Qi into bowing, not daring to say anything else. Your Majesty. The giant red python's lazy voice came. This one has heard that the Tinkong clan has always been loyal to your Majesty. The last time they came to my Feather Spirit Palace, they specially came to pay their respects to your Majesty. This one can't go to the North Sea Dragon Palace for the time being, but this one misses elder sister very much. Why don't you let Chrysalis pay respects to elder sister on behalf of this one? Ha, you little fellow. Ao Jing's huge dragon tail flipped up from the pool, and with a plop, he smashed the giant python to the bottom of the pool. He laughed and said, this king always thought that you wouldn't speak up for Chrysalis, but you still did in the end. Looks like you're not the kind of beautiful python who takes advantage of others for nothing. However, this idea of yours isn't good. Your elder sister is used to being jealous. If you let Chrysalis pay respects to you, she'll eat Chrysalis in one bite. Your Majesty dotes on elder sister. The giant pink python leapt out from the pool and coiled around Ao Jing's dragon body. She said coquettishly, how is this one inferior to elder sister? Which younger sister in the Palace of Spring Bud is inferior to elder sister? That's right, your Majesty is biased. As they spoke, the nearby demonic beasts flew up from the sand dunes and dove into the pool. All sorts of demonic beasts wrapped around Ao Jing's dragon body. Damn it, dragons are naturally lustful. They want to dominate any female demonic beast they see. No wonder there's a saying that the dragon has 9 different sons. Xiaohua lowered his head and cursed in his heart. However, the corners of his eyes were constantly looking around the Palace of Spring Bud. Although Xiaohua didn't dare release his soul sense, an indescribable sense of danger came from all around the Palace of Spring Bud. It was as if the moment Xiaohua made any strange movements, the entire Palace of Spring Bud would pounce on him. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. His original plan had to be abandoned. Chapter 3966. You can wait. Pack up, and wait at the entrance of the palace. I'll board the dragon boat with you. Ao Jing's dragon roar shook the entire Palace of Spring Bud. The 4 walls of the palace shone with a green brilliance. Strands of fine lines came out of the dragon taming 100 beasts painting and slowly fell into the pool in the middle. The entire pool rolled violently, and Ao Jing's excited voice came from the pool. Thank you, my king. Chrysalis said loudly. He cupped his hands at the deep pool, glanced at Xiaohua and Hui proudly, and walked out arrogantly. Hui didn't dare to be negligent. He pulled Xiaohua, and the 2 monsters bowed to express their gratitude, and hurriedly left the Palace of Spring Bud. After leaving the Palace of Spring Bud, the strong fragrance was still there, but the earth-shattering sound had disappeared. Chrysalis, who had walked out of the palace earlier, was also nowhere to be seen. Xiaohua looked at Hui and bowed. Thank you, fellow immortal. If it weren't for your explanation, I'm afraid I would have offended the king as soon as I saw him. Hee, it's fine. You and I both have to meet the Dragon King. Moreover, you and I are both weak races in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. We should help each other. Hui smiled and bent down to help Xiaohua up. Xiaohua nodded. He looked around and said, I don't know how to get out. Can fellow immortal lead the way? What for? Hui asked curiously. Xiaohua was even more confused. He asked, didn't the king ask us to? At this point, Xiaohua came to a realization and smiled embarrassedly. I thought the king was talking about outside the palace. Of course you can outside the Feather Spirit Palace, but that's where ordinary monsters wait. As for us, we can wait outside the Palace of Spring Bud. Hui replied with a smile. Then, the two monsters whispered in front of the Palace of Spring Bud. Hui seemed to be familiar with the North Sea Dragon Palace and gave Xiaohua a lot of advice. They even talked about a lot of things about the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Xiaohua felt that the more he talked with Hui, the more he got along. If it weren't for the fact that the two monsters were really weak, they might have sworn a blood oath. Looking at Hui's smiling face, Xiaohua's heart moved. When he saw Jiang Che, although Jiang Che didn't say anything, he knew that the great elder of the Heavenly Cave River might have already arrived at the Feather Spirit Palace. Since he could think of coming to the Spring Bud Palace to see Ao Jing, how could the great elder not think of it? Besides, how could the first elder not know that he had transformed into a hoe? This Hui was a complete stranger to him, yet it was taking care of him. Perhaps this Hui was the great elder's incarnation. Of course, this thought only flashed through Xiaohua's mind. He didn't dare to confirm it in person. After another 2 hours, Chrysalis came back again and greeted Xiaohua and Yu in a friendly manner, as if nothing had happened at the Hall of Spring Buds just now. Xiaohua was really not interested in this demon race of the Kong clan. He casually cupped his hands and spoke to Yu in a low voice. Chrysalis did not mind at all. As he listened, he would interrupt from time to time. Xiaohua had no choice but to be patient. After Chrysalis returned, some other demon race members came over after a while. Presumably, like Chrysalis and Yu, they had all seen Ao Jing before. The demons were well aware of each other's identity. When they met, they greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. Xiaohua was among them. He raised his head and looked at the various demon beasts with gentle and refined expressions. He couldn't help but feel like a monkey wearing a crown. After more than a dozen monsters had gathered, the Feather Spirit Palace's sea generals also arrived. Finally, Ao Xian transformed into her human form and stood in front of the group of monsters in golden armor. The doors of the Spring Bud Palace opened, and a group of demon concubines escorted Ao Jing, who wore a dragon robe and a dragon crown on his head, out. Ao Jing looked at the demons in front of the hall and said, "Is it time?" "It is." Ao Xian bowed and replied, "The dragon boat is ready." "Second Prince, please set off." Ao Jing nodded. Ao Xian stretched out her hand and took out a dragon pearl the size of a human head. She opened her mouth and breathed a dragon breath into the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl suddenly expanded. Ao Xian threw the dragon pearl into the air. Boom! A swirling stream of water rushed out from the dragon pearl and whistled into the air. When the Feather Spirit Palace's demon array came into contact with the stream of water, they immediately avoided it. A moment later, a turbulent waterway appeared under everyone's feet. "Respectfully send His Highness back to the palace." The sea generals shouted in unison. "Respectfully send His Highness back to the palace." All the demon race members hurriedly echoed. Demon clouds appeared under Ao Jing's feet. He hugged the demons in his left and right and landed on the waterway. The waterway spun and sent Ao Jing and the others flying out of the Feather Spirit Palace. After Ao Jing left, Ao Xian also stepped on the waterway with a group of dragon generals. Then, the demon race members who came to see the North Sea Dragon Palace also stepped on the waterway. Xiaohua was still with you and Chrysalis. The waterway was like a rainbow bridge, taking Xiaohua directly from the Feather Spirit Palace to the air. The entire Feather Spirit Bay was under the water bridge. Now the sun was setting, and half of the dark red sun on the sea in the west had already sunk into the sea. The end of the water bridge was between the clouds. A flying boat tens of thousands of feet long was suspended in the air. This flying boat was golden, but there was a kind of blood-red color in the dark red sunset. The entire dragon boat was not in the shape of a dragon as Xiaohua had imagined. It was in the shape of a black tortoise, but there were dragon pythons coiling around the tortoise's sides, head, and tail. What was special was that in front of the black tortoise's head, there was a ferocious dragon head coiled together. This dragon head held a golden sword in its mouth, and there was a green crown on its head. This was the symbol of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The entire dragon boat stopped there, and a kind of speechless power came from the dragon boat, pressing heavily on the hearts of the demons. Moreover, the dragon boat was so huge that it was like a fortress or a mountain. Looking at the dragon boat again, layers of treasure light overflowed in all directions, blocking the fog, water vapor, and sea breeze more than 1,000 feet away. Layers of thick demonic aura flowed under the treasure light, protecting the entire dragon boat. The demonic aura was divided into 9 colors in the treasure light, and the layers were clearly separated. It looked very beautiful. On the deck of the dragon boat, countless sea generals in bright armor were arranged in a military formation, and dragon flags were dancing on the side of the boat. Compared to the sea generals, there were even more demons and sea tribes. Although they were scattered, they still gathered in a few places. When they saw Ao Jing flying over, they all bowed and shouted, "Welcome, second prince." Xiaohua looked at the huge dragon boat with envy in his heart. This dragon boat was even bigger than the thunder boat of the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Xiaohua had already collected enough materials to build a thunderboat, even if Xiaohua built a thunderboat, he feared that it wouldn't have such a majestic aura. "Grandma, the North Sea Dragon Palace is really rich." Xiaohua muttered to himself, "If I can enter the Dragon Palace, let's see if I don't plunder the Dragon Palace." Xiaohua landed on the deck with the crowd of demons. Ao Jing had already entered the cabin under the escort of the dragon generals. Xiaohua had already seen clearly in midair. This dragon boat was more than 100 li away from the Yuling Bay. Although it had not yet entered the North Sea, after the big storm, the sea below the dragon boat was still surging. The entire sea area was stirred up from time to time, and the sea breeze was stronger than usual, scraping the face like a knife. "Rise!" Ao Jing boarded the dragon boat, but when he heard the dragon generals shouting in unison, Xiaohua felt the dragon boat under his feet tremble slightly. The dragon boat began to slowly fly, but in a moment, the speed of the dragon boat had already increased. It was like a giant beast tearing apart the heavy clouds in the sky, tearing apart the gradually spreading night. The dragon generals walked into the cabin, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals also dispersed. However, the crowd of demons that had come to see the Dragon King was still on the deck. Not long after, dozens of beautiful fish demons with graceful waists swam out from various places. Each fish demon was holding a jade plate in their hands, and on the plate were piles of scales. The demons that Xiaohua was with all received a golden scale. The other demons were either silver or bronze in color. Xiaohua released his vital perception and looked at the number A45 engraved on the scale. He already understood that this was the number of the cabin that he was resting in. The silver and bronze scales should be divided according to the amount of things that were offered to Ao Jing. Distinguished guests. The fish demon's voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. My lord has invited all of you to a banquet tonight. Now, I invite all of you to rest in the cabin. When the time is up, this concubine will return to inform you. Xiao, what number are you? As the demons dispersed, Xiaohua smiled and asked Xiaohua. A45, what about you? I am A67. Xiaohua's voice had just landed when Xiaohua walked over with a smile. What a coincidence, I am A46. What's so coincidental about it? Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Xiaohua and said indifferently, it's just dozens of armor plates. You and I took them together, so it would be strange if we weren't together. However, Xiaohua and I are not together, which makes me very surprised. Xiaohua, why don't you exchange places with Xiaohua? Hee, of course. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and a smile flashed in his harmless eyes. He turned his head and asked Xiaohua, I just don't know if Xiaohua is willing. I don't care. If Xiaohua wants to be together with me, then I'll exchange places with you. Hee. I wanted to take advantage of this time to have a good chat with Tian while we're at the North Sea Dragon Palace. Since Tian isn't willing, then forget it. Chrysalis took out a scale and exchanged it with Tian. He didn't even look at Xiaohua as he turned around and left. Damn it, I feel uncomfortable just looking at this guy. Xiaohua curled his lips and spat. If I get close to him, won't I get sick of him? But, Xiao, why get angry over someone else? Xiao laughed. You get angry, but he doesn't know. You're just making yourself uncomfortable for nothing. Indeed. Xiaohua nodded. Fortunately, I met you, fellow immortal. Otherwise, this trip would have been extremely depressing. Xiaohua didn't reply. He looked at the pitch-black sky. The stars in the sky were even more brilliant than those in Yuling Bay. After a while, he said in a low voice, Xiao, can you accompany this one to the side of the ship to take a look? This. Xiaohua hesitated. He looked left and right, then probed, is the North Sea Dragon Palace willing? Let's give it a try. If the guards don't let us, then we'll go back. Xiaohua also looked around. There didn't seem to be any marine soldiers nearby paying attention to them. Deal. Xiaohua raised his hand. Fellow immortal, please. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.